Good morning, everyone, and thank you for attending the third annual EFELA conference. My name is Marinella De Focatis, and I am EFELA's General Secretary. I'm very happy to welcome you all today to take part in what will surely be an important and special event, which is shared with 15 member states, European countries. Since our last conference, we have had the pleasure of welcoming Cyprus to the Federation, our 15th member state, who will be speaking later today during the roundtable discussion. As we still find ourselves online for this year's conference, and although the world may at times seems to be at a standstill, I'm very happy to say our objectives for the energy sector have progressed considerably in the last 12 months. In 2020, we saw, for example, a dramatic fall in industrial electricity demand amidst the pandemic. And yet now, not only the demand for electricity bounced back, but Europe has seen renewables overtake fossil fuels to become the EU's main source of electricity for the first time. Last year, we discussed the important role of renewables, and now we can see that they are central to the EU's Green Deal. In Italy, we can see how citizens are becoming more tuned into the green future because, for example, they are choosing to utilize government incentives. Therefore, two things are clear. Firstly, that the need for sustainable energy is the mantra of the Europe. And secondly, that the role of EFELA is more valuable than ever. EFELA's members are the solution providers and the technical innovators who discuss, who interpret, who intertwine the legal and economic frameworks of each member state. In fact, today's program sees these themes at the heart of the conference, as well as we will touch on the importance of hydrogen, biogas, decarbonized gases as emerging new markets within the Green Deal and gas regulations. With this in mind, I welcome you all to our third annual conference on the Green Deal in the energy sector. And now I have the pleasure to introduce Mr. Konstantinos Iliopoulos, who is Honorary President of EFELA and Judge at the European Court of Justice. Konstantinos, over to you.
Thank you, Marinella. Dear Commissioner Simpson, dear Minister Skrekas, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to be here today among such distinguished crowd. On behalf of the Hellenic Energy Law Association, I would like to wish the organizers success. I look forward to the various interesting presentations from the distinguished speakers. Therefore, I will keep my intervention short by presenting briefly a brief overview of the evolution of the EU's energy policy and energy law. The EU energy policy is an area in which, first and foremost, political decisions take into account not only legal criteria, but also economic and technical ones. These political decisions are taken by the European Council, which is the body which, according to the Treaty of European Union, shall provide the Union with the necessary impetus for its development and shall define the general political directions and priorities thereof. The energy policy has been present from the first day of the creation of the European communities, With regard to its content, we can distinguish 6 phases in the evolution of the energy policy and energy law till now. First, the phase of the creation of the 3 communities. Second, the common policy phase from 1964 onwards, an attempt to coordinate policies within the 3 European communities. Third, the phase of the reaction of the European communities to the oil crisis of 73 and 79, an effort to reduce the dependence on oil. Fourth, the phase of the creation of a real internal energy market in which the Treaty of Maastricht introduced provisions linked with energy. Fifth, the phase of the Lisbon Treaty, which on the one hand preserves the EU's competence in the area of energy as a shared competence, and on the other hand introduces into the Treaty on the Functioning of the EU for the first time a special chapter on a union energy policy. Sixth, the sixth phase. The sixth phase in which we enter at the beginning of 2015 is marked due to the climate change by a definitive change of direction in order to link the protection of the environment with the renewable sources of energy. We speak about transition to a low carbon economy or decarbonization. Since 2015-2016, the fight against climate change is a primary concern of the European bodies. Thus, the European Commission adopted the Energy Union package, based, among others, on the goals of decarbonizing the economy, of encouraging private investment in new infrastructure and technologies, and of setting an EU target of at least 27% energy savings by 2030 and of at least 27% for the share of renewable energy consumed in the EU in 2030. For its part, the European Council, on one side, laid down the directions of the energy transition of the EU, and on the other side, welcomed the signing and the enforcement of the Paris Agreement on climate change. Finally, the next step is in policy making, is the proposal of the new Commission under President Ursula von der Leyen as the European Green Deal, which was presented in December 2019. This is a new growth strategy which will define the way in which Europe will become the first climate neutral continent by 2050. By applying the provisions of the Maastricht and Lisbon treaties and the decisions of the European Council, the EU legislator has adopted at the level of the secondary law significant legal acts. These acts concern the functioning of the energy market, the security of supply, the energy efficiency, the renewable energy sources, and finally, greenhouse gas emission allowance trading. As a part of the sixth phase of the EU energy policy, and in view of the Paris Agreement, the Commission presented 8 legislative acts under the title Clean Energy for All Europeans package, which were adopted by the European legislator in 2018 and 2019. Finally, almost 100 cases till now have been brought before the Court of Justice of the EU on various areas of energy law. The European Court of Justice will be the institution which will resolve any kind of legal problems that might arise from the application of the recent energy legislation. And I am confident that it will offer the necessary legal certainty as it has done until today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Honorary President Konstantinos Iliopoulos, for your very inspiring and comprehensive words. Good morning. Congratulations, Marinella and the Italian team. We promise as Spaniards that we try to train a little bit better penalties practice next time. Good morning, dear Commissioner, dear Minister, dear friends. I am delighted to welcome you on behalf of EFELA to this second Congress of our organization, the Energy Green Deal, the European Green Deal, and the energy sector. Our federation represents almost 20 national associations, as the General Secretary mentioned, that study energy law and regulation without excluding any energy subsector. At EFELA, we bring together experts in energy law from different fields of activity: corporations, the academy, public administration, regulators, as well as experts from law firms. EFELA's mission is to study, research, analyze, recommend, and when convenient, propose the best practices for the development of this powerful and relevant discipline of law, that is the energy law and its regulation. In the last year, we have lived very challenging times, but the energy sector has emerged once again as an essential, critical, and central infrastructure on our society, keeping the value chain of services and products at the time of great global complexity. At the same time, and during the COVID-19, we have become aware that we need a society reinforced in its common values. The newly famous for better, coined as a formula to leave the pandemic definitely behind. The year has given us a snapshot of a renewables, clean, progressive energy system. In that context, the European proposal for a Green Deal marks the priority for Europe, the fight against climate change and the innovation of its productive system. And the European Governance Regulation, recently approved, provides a legislative framework that must be translated into climate laws. Those climate national laws cover regulation on a handful of sectors: water, agriculture, energy, mobility, infrastructure, and of course, circular economy in its climate dimension. The European Union has adopted integrated rules to ensure planning, monitoring, and reporting of progress towards its 2030 climate and energy targets and its international commitments under the Paris Agreement. Based on the better regulation principles, the governance process involves consultations with citizens and stakeholders, where EFELA should be a legitimate part of. In addition, we have the challenge of transposing the different legislative pieces of the clean energy package in many of our states, and we must do it in a balanced, effective, and complete way. It is about putting the citizen at the center of the energy model with the aim of decarbonizing the economy and achieving climate neutrality. And EFELA is prepared to provide recommendations and advice to the European institutions and national stakeholders if needed in that process. The mission of the energy law experts in times of such an important legislative changes should be to give advice of the new package legal order and to serve as a qualified channel of information able to explain the nature and scope of the changes that must take place, and to elaborate, as we are doing within EFELA, principles of energy law capable to help in the guidance of the new energy clean framework. We have built a very complete and comprehensive academic program for this Congress. I would like to thank everyone who has been involved, particularly the Italian team. It is based on 3 blocks and a roundtable. The chairman of his session is a very respected expert in our discipline, and the contributors have been selected because of the high quality knowledge in the topics referred. Today, the energy objectives, I would say, are more global than ever. Reduction of CO2 emissions, energy security and sustainability and its correlation, cross-border connections, protection of the ecosystem. And we have to build up consistent principles upon which the energy law could be projected and reinforced in this crucial momentum. I want to thank in a distinct way the work carried out by the General Secretary of EFELA, Marinella de Focatis, in the preparation of this Congress. I would like to express once again my gratitude to Judge Konstantinos Iliopoulos for his constant commitment and contribution and inspiration to our mission. But first and foremost today, I don't want to conclude these words without deeply thanking two very special keynote speakers. The European Commissioner for Energy, for her willingness to participate in the Congress and this pivotal moment for energy law, which is to some extent also the foundation of European law, as has been very clearly underlined by Judge Konstantinos Iliopoulos. It is never enough to recall the founding moment of the European Union or the first stage of its jurisprudence with the Costa and Nel ruling. No doubt José Luis de la Cruz Vilasa will remember very well as the central flag for the definition of the characteristics and the principles of European law. And I would like to thank especially the presence of the Greek Ministers of Environment and Energy for giving a remarkable regional perspective. I wish you all an inspiring webinar and a fruitful discussions throughout the day. Thank you very much indeed. And I would have the honor to pass the floor to my admired friend and colleague, José Luis de la Cruz Vilasa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vicente. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Minister. We are experiencing a decisive turning point in our lives. It is not comparable with anything before. The usual conspiracy theories refuse to acknowledge its causes and its devastating effects. Yet, what is at stake is the future of the planet. As the European Commission has rightly pointed out, the European Green Deal is this generation defining task. To hear the Commissioner responsible for energy and the Greek Minister for Environment and Energy talk about their ambitions, concerns, and difficulties in this context is a privilege that only EFELA could have provided. As President of the Portuguese Association of Energy Law, a member of EFELA, I must thank my distinguished friends and colleagues of EFELA, Presidente Vicente López Ibor, Honorary President and Judge, my fellow Judge Konstantinos Iliopoulos, Secretary General Marinella de Focatis, and all the organizing team for this wonderful conference, which is a unique opportunity to discuss the European Green Deal and its challenges for the energy sector among experts of the highest level. Moreover, this is a unique occasion for a dialogue between experts who are also the voices of a qualified public opinion and policymakers at the highest level of the European Union and its member states. This is, therefore, an excellent opportunity to show the vitality and the effectiveness of EFELA and its member associations as interlocutors with the political authorities and their institutions. It is therefore an honor and a privilege for me to introduce Commissioner Kadri Simson, who has certainly taken over one of the toughest and most important tasks in the von der Leyen Commission, the energy portfolio. Her experience on economic affairs and infrastructure, including energy, transport, and competitiveness in the Estonian government, is a guarantee of success in her current role. Commissioner Simson, thank you very much for accepting to share your ideas with us and to explain your policy choices before this audience. And thank you also for agreeing to answer some questions that were sent to us from various sources. Commissioner Kadri Simson, the floor is yours.
Thank you and good morning from Strasbourg. This is a week where European Parliament has plenary session here in Strasbourg, France, and because of that, Commission is also here. Well, let me begin with the context to find ourselves in. You know that, and many of you already mentioned that last year we set up our vision for the decarbonization of our economy. So now this is agreed that Europe will become the first carbon neutral continent in the world. And as part of that, we brought forward the strategies that promoted that vision. Well, let me mention some of them. We proposed a strategy for promotion of the green hydrogen, a strategy for energy system integration, also a communication on a renovation wave for Europe, and our strategy for offshore renewable energy. Each was a huge step, but only the first ones on the road to net zero Europe. And now there is a time to come to align our energy policy to our higher climate ambition for both for reducing our emissions by at least 55% by 2030, and of course to be ready for climate neutrality. And in this purpose, next week exactly, we will propose a big package of 12 proposals. This package, the working headline for this package is to be fit for 55, because we will reduce greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2030. And this includes 12 proposals, including revision of the emissions trading system, also a proposal to extend ETS. There will be revised binding effort sharing regulation covering non-ETS sectors, a LULUCF regulation to cut the emissions of the land use sector, and a proposal to cut the CO2 emissions of cars and vans. There will be legislation on maritime and aviation fuels, as well as on energy taxation, and a carbon border adjustment mechanism that will cover electricity imports from third countries. And finally, the package includes proposals for revision of the energy efficiency and renewable energy directives. On the renewables directive, it was revised relatively recently, only 3 years ago, and we still need some time to allow for its transposition and implementation in member states. And this is why the revision proposed next week will be a targeted one. And the same goes for the energy efficiency directive. Both pieces of legislation will be revised to reflect the current political context. That means reshaping them so that they contribute to the higher climate ambition. And as I said, later in the year, we will present further legislative proposals. They will be on hydrogen and gas, and the aim will be to create a favorable design for the new decarbonized hydrogen and renewable gas markets. And we will propose legislation also to reduce methane emissions and strengthen our legislation on the energy performance of buildings. So taking all together, the list of initiatives is long and the ambition is very high. But considering the challenges we are facing, it has to be so. So because this package will not only be our dominant tool for moving us away from the path of climate change, it also comes at a time when Europe will need to recover from the effects of the pandemic. So it's a green and a growth strategy all in one. And investment needs to meet our new goals. They are huge. We're not talking about small changes. We are talking about total societal transformation. But at the same time, now there is a unique situation where we have this these funds from the Recovery and Resilience Facility behind our efforts. Member states have submitted their national recovery and resilience plans, and I'm really pleased to see that significant portions of the funds will be channeled to climate and energy investments. Now, let me look with a little bit more of detail at our proposal for the revision of renewables directive. Well, there will be significantly more ambitious targets for 2030 because we need a higher share of renewables to replace current fossil fuels. While the main goal of this increase is to reduce emissions, we also have our minds set on ensuring EU leadership in the renewable sector, both in the rollout of well-established renewable technologies, but also in the development of new lead markets, such as renewable hydrogen. Deployment of renewable technologies also serves other objectives of our energy policy. It increases energy security, because right now 2/3 of our fuel stock is imported. We will replace it with our own production. It decreases energy imports in this regard and energy dependency, and can be a lever to reinforce our competitiveness. So RED II currently sets a binding renewable energy targets for the EU of at least 32%. And it includes measures for the different sectors to make it happen. For example, it includes a 40% target for the share of renewable fuels in transport by 2030, and indicative target to increase renewables in heating and cooling. And it furthermore has provisions to increase citizens' participation in the energy transition through self-consumption or renewable energy communities. And there is also enhanced sustainability criteria for bioenergy. The climate target plan set out that the renewables contribution to -55 greenhouse gas emissions should be significantly higher, between 38 and 40% of the energy mix. And this is more than we can expect from the current national energy climate plans, or the member states have presented those. And as a result of current plans, the share will be between 33.1 and 33.7%. So increasing this by a further at least 5%, 6 percent points will surely require substantial extra investments. And at the same time, we know that renewables have recently seen dramatic drops in prices, and more should come in some less developed technologies such as hydrogen. So on heating and cooling, decarbonization of the building sector is vital for the 2030 climate targets, because buildings are responsible for 40% of total energy consumption and 36% of energy-related greenhouse gas emissions. The climate target plan states that EU should reduce buildings' greenhouse gas emissions by 60% compared to 2015 levels. In both the Renewables and Energy Efficiency Directive, the Commission will be looking at how to take this forward in the most efficient manner, while making it into account the specific situation of the different member states. And then we know that industry uses around 26% of energy in the EU, and under RED II, industry is not explicitly covered. And pace of renewables uptake is clearly insufficient for industry to contribute adequately to 2030. And we will therefore look at measures to facilitate the growth of renewables also in industry. On transport, we only had about 9% renewables in 2019. And the climate target plan requires stepping up to 24% by 2030. So we see that electrification will play a big role. And also clean hydrogen will be crucial for decarbonizing the aviation and maritime sector. And moreover, advanced biofuels will be of course promoted further. And on bioenergy, there is currently still an ongoing debate on the role of bioenergy, how to produce it in a sustainable way. So RED II already includes a sustainability framework for the use of biomass for production of energy. And we see also, in light of the new report from the Joint Research Center, that they further targeted strengthening of the framework to provide additional safeguards for the sustainable use of forest biomass for energy. And we are therefore evaluating in our revision how to do this in the best way. of course, we will bear in mind that bioenergy is and will remain a key element on our path to climate neutrality in 2050. On energy efficiency, the climate target plan points to the need to increase energy efficiency efforts of as much as 36 to 37% for final energy and 39 to 41% for the primary energy consumption. And this requires improving the existing framework of the Energy Efficiency Directive and identifying additional measures which actually allow us to reap the energy saving potential. And together with a higher EU energy efficiency target, a strengthened energy savings obligation, Article 7, would be a cornerstone of our intervention. Well, because it is a key instrument to achieve energy savings across the end sectors, while taking into account member states' national context and energy savings potential. Our analysis shows that buildings and transport constitute key sectors where major efforts need to take place, notably on transport, where energy consumption has still been increasing. The Energy Efficiency Directive revision also aim to strengthen the exemplary role of the public sector with the focus on renovations to transform the public buildings into nearly zero energy buildings, but also promoting the use of energy performance contracting and taking more systematically into account energy efficiency requirements when the public sector purchases products and buildings and services. And important considerations to addressing energy poverty and enhancing the role of consumers, including vulnerable consumers and energy communities more prominently in the new proposal for the energy efficiency. So finally, the package will also provide guidance on how to put the energy efficiency first principle into action. The starting point of this principle is to put energy efficiency under consideration for policy and also for planning or investment decisions if these affect energy consumption. And whenever energy efficiency can be considered as an alternative solution, it should be treated as a viable option and assessed as part of planned cost-benefit analysis. Well, this is a principle we all know that the cleanest and cheapest energy is the one that we don't need to use. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we are at a turning point. We have spent the last year laying the vision for the energy system of the future. And in 1 week's time, we will enshrine that vision in our legislation. As all of you well know, the laws and the legal frameworks we set down give us certainty as a society. They give us a map on which to guide our actions for the future, also for private investors. And this is exactly what we hope to do with our Fit for 55 package for the years to come. So thank you for listening, and I look forward to getting into discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your very comprehensive, inspiring, and ambitious words. I am sure that they will be present over and all along this conference. We have, I have here, have selected 5 questions to ask to you, and thank you very much for being available to do it. The first question is on climate and energy targets. Current projections show the European Union is a way of collectively emitting CO2 emission reduction and energy efficiency targets. Will the Green Deal legislation in preparation ambitious enough to meet our 2030 to 2050 energy and climate objectives? What safety clauses are in place in case countries cannot reach their targets about energy efficiency? This is the first question, Commissioner.
Thank you for this question. And actually, well, we had also targets for 2020, and it's not finalized, but we have met our energy efficiency target for 2020. And mainly, we also achieved our greenhouse gas reduction targets because of the developments that happened in the power generation sector. So now to achieve 2030 targets, all the other sectors have to contribute too, because this is not enough what we are doing in the energy field alone. So setting targets of greenhouse gas reductions is an instrument how we can plan necessary investments, and it is very correct that all the member states have provided us their national energy and climate plans. According to that, we see that member states already by the end of 2019 planned sufficient.
I have the honor and the pleasure to introduce Minister Konstantinos Krekas, Minister for Environment and Energy in the Greek government. I must emphasize that Minister Krekas, in addition to his extensive political experience in the Greek government and parliament, has a solid business experience, particularly in companies which he himself funded, who helped to fund. Welcome to this conference, and thank you very much to accept to address this audience from your perspective, not only, I suppose, as a member of the Greek government, but also, of course, as a member of the Council of Ministers of the European Union. Minister Krekas, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, dear Commissioner, dear members of the EFELA. Thank you for the invitation, first of all. It is really a great honor to address such a distinguished audience. Let me say that in Greece, we firmly believe that a Greek economy is a resilient economy with significant challenges, but also huge opportunities. And therefore, we're currently implementing one of the most ambitious energy and climate plans in Europe, mobilizing investments of more than 44 billion euro by 2030. Our Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, has many times emphasized that fast decarbonization is crucial for climate change mitigation. And this principle underlines all our policies. We're particularly proud of our key decision to phase out all existing lignite plants by 2033, apart from one which is going to be converted into a natural gas power plant by 2025. The recent escalation of CO2 prices, which climbed to 58 euro per ton last Monday, in anticipation of the ETS reform, fully justifies the decision we made almost 2 years ago. For our core regions, we have derived a green transition strategy of more than 5 billion euro, with hydrogen acting as a catalyst for growth, in order that no one is going to stay behind. Let me say in particular that the White Dragon project aims at 250,000 tons of green hydrogen per year, plus an integrated industrial cluster and the hydrogen pipeline, including transportation and heating. Now, focusing on our islands, we are now coordinating the green transition, tackling the 3.5 million tons of CO2 emissions annually. Therefore, following the landmark projects of Tilos and Astipalea, we promote green innovation and accelerate interconnections via a dedicated decarbonization fund exceeding 1 billion euro. Overall, I would like to underline that our energy mix has been totally redefined. For example, the market share of lignite dropped to 11% last year versus 38% in 2015, so a decrease of almost 70% within 4 or 5 years. While gas, natural gas, which is our traditional fuel, has escalated to 36%. Our renewables market share has reached 34% this year, and our target is that it is going to exceed 67% by 2030 in order, of course, to fulfill the more ambitious European targets. The investment boom in green energy is, of course, very clear. Overall, we have conducted 17 renewable tenders so far, and we are now getting approval from Brussels for an accession scheme up to 2024. It is important to say that in May's auction, we were pleased to see the minimum price dropping at 33 euro per megawatt hour for electricity coming from photovoltaic parks. The result reflects cost developments, but also intense competition and the credible investment environment, of course. Now, apart from extending auctions and promoting PPAs, green PPAs, we keep minimizing bureaucracy, introducing further licensing simplifications regarding environmental and grid terms. In addition, we are in the negotiation process with the European Commission for a capacity mechanism, which will stimulate cost-efficient investments in flexible capacity. This autumn, we will announce our regulatory framework for storage. We will also issue a call for batteries of 750 megawatts under a budget of 200 million euro from the RRF. Just to give you the whole picture, in order to achieve this very aggressive target, a penetration of more than 67% of renewables into our energy mix, we need, according to the studies that we have made, we need to establish storage system capacity of more than 1.2 gigawatt. So we have designed, we have projected that we will use both battery systems, but also hydro pumping, and we have allocated more than 450 million from the RRF for this purpose to develop both batteries and hydro pumping energy storage systems. Now, in addition, we will put in consultation our proposed framework for offshore wind by the end of this autumn. Another important development is our CCS, the carbon capture facility that we intend to develop in the north of Greece. We will direct 300 million euro from the RRF to this project, which is crucial for blue hydrogen as well as industrial decarbonization. Currently, we're updating our national plan to be aligned with the revised 55% European target, incorporating, of course, the RRF actions and, of course, new technologies. We want Greece to be among the first countries that we will submit its energy and climate national plan. Over the next 5 years, we are going to allocate more than 5 billion euro from the RRF to 21 key green actions. Our recovery plan is coherent, inclusive, and well balanced. Let me say also that it was among the first two plans submitted in the European authority between all member states. We're directing 2.5 billion euro to a huge innovation wave across the entire building sector. Let me say that in Greece we have one of the most aged building sectors. Maybe almost 80% of the buildings have been constructed before the decades of 80 and 90. So we have a target to involve 600,000 buildings to be renovated by the end of the decade. We actively promote e-mobility. By 2030, we wish and we have planned that 1 out of 3 new sales should be electric vehicles. Hence, we allocate more than 300 million euro to the deployment of 8,000 charging stations all over Greece, the replacement of 2,000 taxis, conventional diesel taxis with new fully electric and 200 fully electric buses, as well as industrial units related to e-mobility. We are reinforcing our energy system via 300 million euro, focusing on underground cables in sensitive areas, upgrading in crucial lines and forest areas, as well as island interconnections. Furthermore, we are directing 450 million euro to electricity storage, as I already told you. In addition, we allocate 750 million euro to environmental protection and sustainable use of resources. We are implementing a national reforestation plan of more than 30 million trees and several actions for biodiversity, plus infrastructure projects for the efficient management of water and waste. And let me at this point emphasize that Greece is being steadily transformed to an energy hub, both in terms of gas and electricity and potentially hydrogen. We're continuously expanding our infrastructure, services and market tools. This holistic approach enhances diversification, competition and market integration. The momentum is outstanding in our region, focusing initially on gas. Consumption in Balkans is projected to reach 25 BCM by 2025. Gas consumption in Greece already increased by 14% this semester versus last year, which is certainly an indicator of economic recovery. In October, we will activate the wholesale gas market, expanding the hedging tools of our energy exchange. In terms of infrastructure, the TAP pipeline already accounts for 18% of our imports. The IGB pipeline, the interconnection Greece-Bulgaria, will start commercial operation by June 2022, and a scheduled pipeline with North Macedonia will further enhance export perspectives. Now, our upgraded LNG terminal in Revithousa is developing new infrastructure for LNG truck loading by the end of this year, as well as a small-scale LNG by 2023. And of course, the Alexandroupolis FSRU is very close to the final investment decision, and this will create a second LNG route to the region within the next 2 to 3 years. Let me say that US LNG accounts for 40% of our imports this year, bringing additional options, of course, and flexibility to our users. We fully support EastMed, which is a pipeline hydrogen ready by design, which will contribute further to market integration and competition. A PCI project, the underground storage facility in Kavala, remains important not only for balancing and seasonal arbitrage, but also because it can accommodate hydrogen storage. Furthermore, we are developing a decarbonization strategy of our gas infrastructure, mixing methane with the renewable gases. Now, in terms of electricity developments, the Greek electricity market got coupled with Italy last December, and the coupling was extended to Bulgaria last May. Hence, the market scale has been expanding via 1,000 megawatt of coupled interconnected capacity. This fosters price convergence and efficient cross-border trading, delivering cost benefits to our consumers. Our new electricity line with Bulgaria, expected to operate next year, will reinforce further this potential. We are also promoting our interconnections with Cyprus and Israel, as well as a green cable with Egypt, transferring renewable energy to Europe. Overall, we are continuously developing fair frameworks, efficient markets, and resilient infrastructure. In this manner, we wish to provide investor visibility. Our commitment is to involve all our citizens, taking into account regional specificities from islands to coalition. We firmly believe in international collaborations as the only efficient approach in order to address the global challenge of climate change. Altogether, we can shape a sustainable future and create new perspectives for the generations to come. Thank you very much again for the honor and the invitation. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Minister. We are particularly happy to have had your presence in this Congress, and also your support, finally, to EFELA's activities. And it is, I believe, very satisfactory to see how Greece is taking the energy transition and the European green targets so seriously. Good luck, and if I may use a Greek word, kalimera, for you and for Greece. Thank you.
Kalimera to everybody. Thank you very much again.
Now I should probably hand over to the next chair. With
Thank you.
Professor Rafael Heffron. Voilà.
Thank you. And I think we've heard some good, inspiring talks already this morning. And we're going to move into four, what I believe are talks that are on the key issues that are really going to decide whether we're going to meet the objectives of this European Green Deal. And these talks are covering renewables, carbon pricing, energy efficiency, and state aid. So four very important topics. So we will have these topics one after another. So, and with us over the next hour, each speaker will speak for 15 minutes, and then save your questions, or you can type them in to me, and or type them into the chat function. And we will have a 15 to 20 minute Q&A involving all four speakers. So as the European Energy Commissioner said and highlighted some of these topics, how we approach these over the next decade will be crucial to the long-term success in terms of achieving our climate targets. So it's with pleasure that we have our first speaker. And this first speaker is from Spain, unlucky in the soccer tonight, or sorry, last night, to our Italian colleagues who are probably still celebrating this morning. But Inigo is a professor in administrative law in the University of Almeria. He's also a lead of the International Bar Association, the Academic Advisory Group, and he led the edited collection on energy justice in Europe and energy law, published by Oxford University Press last year, a great book to read for the summer. And he runs the Masters of Energy Law at his university, and he's vice president of the Spanish Energy Law Association and a member of the scientific committee of EFELA. So Inigo is going to speak to us today on renewable energy and the European Green Deal. So I'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Rafael. And thank you for your very kind presentation and very good wishes for the next Euro Football Cup. We keep our hope for that next round. And I'm going to share with you some slides, very few ones. Can you please tell me, Rafael, are you seeing this? Do you see the slides?
Yeah, I see the slides. You can put them on to presentation mode.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Thank you.
I congratulate our Italian colleagues from the Italian Association for Energy Law for the organization of this Congress of EFELA. In particular, I congratulate Marilena De Focatis for her very hard work to have this session today. And congratulations in particular for having been able to join to this seminar the European Commissioner. That was a very good step of the EFELA to have the involvement of the Commissioner, and of course to have the very interesting and appealing presentation of the Greek Minister for Energy. So all in all, the way the seminar has started is very nice. And in fact, the theme I have been asked to address, which you can read in this slide, is renewable sources of energy between obligations and incentives, is absolutely linked to the presentation of the commissioner. And some of the ideas I want to share with you and to discuss with you have already been introduced by the commissioner. This is, of course, within a panel called the Green Industrial Policy, which my colleague Rafael is chairing, and I am very happy to share this panel with my friends and colleagues Catherine Banet, Matthias Lang, and Messier de Sobry, who are going to address other aspects of renewable policy in Europe. Some obligations. The law is full in both European Union level and member states levels, is full of several obligations regarding renewable energies. And I want to pick only the two main of them, which I think are two very, very relevant obligations. The first one has already been mentioned by the commissioner, and that is that according to the regs, to the Renewable Energies Directive 2018, December 2018, the member states shall collectively ensure that the share of energy from renewable sources in the Union's gross final consumption of energy in 2030 is at least 32%. So this was fixed more than 2 years ago, and in between the directive and today, we have the Green Deal, the European Green Deal, in which it is announced that this binding target will be renewed and increased in the future. So this is the binding target we have, but of course, the Commission and the European institution is moving towards a toughened obligation. It must be stressed that as opposed to the previous 2009 directive, there are not binding targets upon each member state, but rather the 32% objective is an overall union target, which must be shared among all member states. And the second obligation I want to highlight is the obligation to give priority dispatch of system operators of both transport transmission system operators and distributor system operators to give priority dispatch to renewable energy. That is under Article 12 of the 2019 Electricity Regulation and the 2019 Directive. I mention both norms together because it is somehow unclear in the directive whether this is really an obligation imposed upon rather than a possibility. But if one reads both norms all together, it becomes clear that it is an obligation, the priority dispatch. It's not only a possibility for member states. So my presentation is about obligation and incentives, and I move into incentives. Which are the most important incentives for the promotion of the use of renewables and to achieve the obligations? Well, the support schemes, either in the way of feed-in tariffs or in the way of premiums upon the price of electricity in the pool, in the market. The really new provision of the 2018 directive against the 2009 is that there is express call for stability. And although Spain and Slovakia are not mentioned, it is clear that the author of the directive is thinking about the problems Spain faced by changing the supporting schemes in a period of 10 years. So this is not good for investment. If you do that, if you change the rules in the middle of the game, you are harming investment and you are harming the completion of objectives. And the second provision of the directive is that support schemes must be compatible with markets. At the beginning, 20 years ago, renewables energies needed support because they couldn't compete with other sources like fossil fuels or natural gas or nuclear. So you had to support them to give them a scope in the market, a space in the market. But this has changed because innovation in technology has led to the opposite situation in which renewables energy depress the prices of the pool because they are so cheap and they become cheaper and cheaper. So it is the old or the traditional sources of energy which cannot compete against renewables. So you need to keep a balance because renewables energies don't give the proper signals of security because they are not as secure as traditional sources of energy. And at the end, policies in most member states and in the European Union overall is towards electrification. The future is electricity and the energy system must be electrified. Now I move into, in this last 3 minutes of 4 minutes, because I have already spoken 7 minutes. The most controversial slide I want to share with you is who pays for the support to renewables? Is it for budgets, taxpayers, or is it for consumers? And if it is for consumers, is it for all consumers of all kinds of energy, including fossil fuels consumers, oil, natural gas, or is it for electricity consumers? One of the questions which was presented to the commissioner has to do with this, but I think it was the last one or at the very end. So the commissioner, I think, didn't really answer to this, or she was not ready to give an answer. We see more and more in some member states that there are prospects to impose upon all consumers, in particular oil products and natural gas consumers, a levy to finance electrification. And that is surely controversial in the way some member states may do it. Because from my point of view, if you don't do that properly, you may be not being fair enough towards those consumers or towards those companies. And you, instead of having a fair and just transition, you are having an unfair and unjust transition. Let me choose the example of renewable energy communities. It's a central figure of the future. If because of the support of all consumers, including oil and natural gas consumer, electricity prices go down or they don't increase, then an incentive to move toward renewable, an incentive to create communities disappears, because it is clear that one of the benefits of creating a community is that you will manage to have better prices. But if prices lower themselves because of artificial techniques, then an incentive for the creation of communities disappears. I want to show how there is the need to align the interest of communities with the interest of the electricity system as a whole. As a conclusion, I think the political consensus is more than welcome. I think society is clearly in favor of renewables everywhere, but you need to arrange a fair transition so that the promotion of renewables allows all sectors to become involved in the process and don't leave anyone out of the process. And when I say anyone, I mention the companies and the sectors which are not electricity sectors, but oil and natural gas sectors. Now, I think I am finished. I was very obedient with the time, and I thank you for your attention.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you very much for keeping within time, very precise, and I think some very important issues you raised there, particularly highlighting the Just Transition, that Just Transition Fund is where a lot of finance for renewable energy may come and deliver that fair transition. So we should touch on some of those issues in the Q&A. So moving to the next speaker, Matthias Lang, who's a lawyer and partner at Bird & Bird in Düsseldorf in Germany. And Matthias works and publishes on many, many issues in the energy sector and teaches at both the Technical University and also the Free University in Berlin. He's also involved as well on the academic committee in the IBA, and has also published, let's say, importantly for Germany, on the closure of nuclear power plants. So I'll hand over to you, Matthias, for your 15 minutes of fame.
Thank you, Raphael. I hope you can all hear me, and let me see if I can share my slides with you. Let me just see what is happening here on my computer. It should be doing. There's just 1 second. I think something went wrong. Can you see me again?
Yeah, no, we can see you.
Raphael, my apologies for that. Let me see if it works this time. Yes, I think it's working now.
Yeah, that's very good.
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation, and congratulations to EFELA on setting up this conference again on a very, very timely subject. As we have heard, there is so much going on the Green Deal and the energy sector, and we are awaiting the next week's presentation of the Fit for 55. I have today a subject that is direct interventions on emissions, the ETS, and the border carbon adjustment mechanism. I would like to have 4 parts in my presentation: the Green Deal background, a European Parliament resolution on the CBAM, on the draft CBAM regulation as it is currently known, and how things will continue. Just one word before I go into the substance. The Fit for 55 package will be presented next week. So we do not quite yet know what it will look like and what the revision of the EU ETS and the new carbon border adjustment mechanism will look like. And I would like to also apologize that I will be using CBAM as a new acronym in my presentation today, rather than the carbon border adjustment mechanism, because it's shorter. And I think it is something that we will all have to get used to. The EU ETS and the carbon border adjustment mechanism are, of course, as you have already mentioned, Raphael, instruments for CO2 pricing. And I will try to focus today on this new CBAM. It will introduce a levy on imported carbon in products. I think the New York Times, in a very recent article about this new mechanism, said it may hit 3 birds with 1 stone, incentivize other countries to move ahead with climate protection, protect European industry, and also provide funds to the EU. As I mentioned, the revision of the EU ETS and the CBAM regulation will be part of the Fit for 55 package. The Green Deal background, I think, is a good example of how these instruments sort of make its way into being. The communication on the European Green Deal from December 2019, as you all know, increased the EU's climate ambitions for 2030 and 2050. The plan to increase the reduction to 55% we have already mentioned. And it was planning on a June 21 revision of all climate-related policy instruments, including already the carbon border adjustment mechanism. The Green Deal reforms already mentioned that the reforms shall help to ensure effective carbon pricing throughout the economy, and mentioned where international partners do not share the same ambition as the EU, there is a risk of carbon leakage. We have seen this carbon leakage discussion in many areas on the renewable energy support schemes, of course, on the EU ETS. And if the risk materializes, there will be no reduction in global emissions, and this will frustrate ultimately the efforts to meet global climate change objectives of the Paris Agreement and otherwise. And I've just included this quote from the December 20 paper that should the differences persist, the EU will propose a carbon border adjustment mechanism for selected sectors. We will see again one important element that has been discussed right, or has been considered right from the start, that there is necessary to have compliance with WTO requirements and international obligations of the EU. It will be an alternative to the measures that address the risks of carbon leakage in the EU ETS. So this was the end of 2019. The European Parliament was also active, somewhat independently, on a carbon border adjustment mechanism. At the beginning of this year, in March, the European Parliament passed a resolution, noted that the greenhouse gas emissions in the EU had fallen by 24% but the emissions embedded in imports into the EU continue to rise, and net imports of goods into the EU account for over 20% of the EU CO2 emissions. So the establishment of a European carbon border adjustment mechanism that is compatible with WTO rules and free trade agreements and exclusively designed to advance climate objectives and not misused as a tool to enhance protectionism were key elements from the European Parliament's resolution. Parliament already requested that this shall be coupled with an EU ETS revision, and that's what we are going to see next week. From 2023, the mechanism should cover the power sector and energy-intensive industrial sectors. It mentions cement, steel, aluminum, oil, refinery, paper, glass, chemicals, and fertilizers. We're not likely not seeing all of these in the proposal next week. To comply with WTO rules, the mechanism shall charge carbon content of imports in a way that mirrors the carbon costs paid by EU producers. This is a challenge that we will be discussing, I think, a bit going forward. CBAM carbon pricing should mirror the price of EU allowances while ensuring predictability and less volatility. We will see whether that will work. So European Parliament suggested that the emissions content of imports should be accounted for on the basis of transparent, reliable, and up-to-date product-specific benchmarks at the level of the installations in third countries, and that the carbon pricing should cover both direct and indirect emissions and take into account country-specific carbon intensity, also of the electricity grid, if data is available. Parliament also supported the Commission's intention to use the revenue generated by the border adjustment as a new own resource for the EU budget, and the budget should further support climate action and the objectives of the Green Deal. However, the primary aim of the mechanism shall be environmental. As I mentioned, we do not yet have a proposal, as it will be presented next week by the Commission, but as often there are documents available, publicly available on the internet, on what this is likely to look at, or reflecting a status at a certain time. We have a leaked document dated 2nd of June. It's the text of a regulation plus annexes that cover the list of covered goods, countries outside the scope of regulation, an approach to calculating the emissions, reporting requirements, and verification principles. When we look at those 5 elements, it's clear already what the concept will look like. There are several open issues that we will see next week. So the new mechanism shall be integrated with the emission trading system. And the plan is to establish the carbon border adjustment mechanism covering greenhouse gas emission in certain goods. It is due when they're imported into the customs territory of the EU, and the purpose is preventing the risk of carbon leakage. The CABM regime shall be equivalent to the EU ETS system. So I think, well, we will see next week, but it looks as if cement, electricity, fertilizers, iron, steel, aluminum will be covered from countries outside of the customs union. The import by declarant needs to be authorized by a suggested new authority dealing with this, with the annual submission of certificates by the 31st of May. This sounds very similar to EU ETS. The details of the import, how the imports of electricity shall be covered, we will see next week. Declarations of installation-specific values for embedded emissions of imported goods are the standard. There shall also be default values, most likely, but there will be somewhat more disadvantageous. Excluded countries are Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, Switzerland, presumably. The Commission will have the power to add countries via delegated acts where countries are fully integrated. An important element of this scheme is that carbon prices paid in the country of origin may be deducted from what needs to be paid when it comes into the EU. Of course, this needs to be also certified to make sure that you have the right prices. The leaked draft contains a provision by which operators of an installation in a third country can request the authority to confirm the embedded emissions in the goods produced in that installation and register the operator in the registry, and then the operator can disclose the embedded emissions to the declarant, who can then import it based on this information without having to further verify this for 2 years. The administration of the new scheme, the draft that is sort of available notes that the details of what the authority is going to look like is under discussion and awaiting political guidance. Conceptually, a new authority will run a registry, will run the authorizations of the declarants, the accreditation of verifiers, review declarations, and manage the mechanism certificates. The draft also contains specific administrative rules for the authority, including an appeals procedure. Also procedurally, the Commission shall have the power to adopt delegated acts for various aspects. I think this is something that we're seeing in various elements, and I am now under discussion. So we will see what the details of this new authority will look like next week in the proposal. Entry into force, the plan is to have it on the 1st of January, and probably, well, the draft provides for a 3-year initial transitional period with a simplified system for the application of the system to reduce the risk of disruptive impacts. Again, the transitional provisions in the draft were under development and awaiting political guidance, so we will see what this will look like next week. As
2 minutes.
The Commissioner mentioned, the Fit for 55 package, we will see this next week. It will be part of it, as well as the revision of the EU ETS system. Then we'll go through the ordinary legislative procedure with Council and Parliament. I think we all expect quite some international discussions on WTO compliance, in particular on how the free allowances will be done. Let's see how much pushback we will get from Russia, Turkey, Ukraine, South Korea, China, India, the countries that are affected by it, and whether there is as much discussion as we had on the EU ETS, on some of the EU ETS aspects. So let's see how the start in 2023 will work, and thank you very much, and look forward to discussing any questions you may have later. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthias, and I hope there will be some some questions on a very, very important topic for the EU, and one that will definitely be showing leadership around the world in terms of carbon pricing. So moving on to our next speaker, Catherine Bannet, who's an associate professor at the University of Oslo in Norway. She has previously worked within the EU itself as a lawyer and also with the European Commission. She leads the professional energy law LLM known as the North Sea Energy Law Partnership. She's also on the advisory group of the IBA as well. So I'm going to hand over to you, Catherine, to speak on energy efficiency.
Thank you very much, Rafael, for the kind introduction, and hello, everybody. I would like as well to thank the organizers of the conference, EFELA, for the opportunity to speak on the behalf of the Norwegian Energy Law Association. I will present personal views, but that's in that position that I'm talking today. Let me share my screen. Perfectly. And when I was asked to talk about that particular topic, I must say that it's a bit a challenge to talk about energy efficiency in Norway, because in Norway has a very high energy consumption rate, and it is always interesting to look at what kind of instruments could be put in place to address such shortcoming that come notably from policy framework and the industry, but as well from personal consumption habits. So that makes it even more interesting to reflect on energy efficiency, in particular in the context of the EU Green Deal, which is the topic of today's seminar. What I will do is to reflect, as Inigo also did for the renewables, looking at obligation incentives, and I will spend a bit more time at the end on one particular principle that I think will keep us busy in terms of how to phrase it in legal terms, which is the energy efficiency first principle. I will start by reminding you very shortly of what is the EU legislative framework on energy efficiency. Of course, the key piece is the Energy Efficiency Directive, the EED, which has been recently amended in 2018. And as for the Renewable Energy Directive, RED II, the question next week will be what kind of targeted revision are we aiming to? What is the target per today is 32.5% reduction in total energy consumption by 2030. And we already know that this target will be revised, and I'm coming back to what we can expect from the European Commission on that, but that's the starting point, at least for all the different measures put in place at European level and the member states level. And this is translated in two sub-targets, which is one of cap in terms of primary energy consumption, and another one on final energy consumption, now translated in the framework of the EU 27 after Brexit. In addition to the Energy Efficiency Directive, we have the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, the Energy Labeling Regulation, the Co-Design Directive, and not least the Energy Union Governance Regulation. So that's the basic framework we are operating within when we look at energy efficiency at the EU level. What is the context provided by the European Green Deal when we discuss energy efficiency? And energy efficiency was already in the mission letter for the new president of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. So this is clearly a target from the start for the new European Commission, but it was already enshrined as one of the basic pillars of EU and climate and energy policy from before. So we find the same emphasis on energy efficiency related to energy transition, carbon neutrality, climate neutrality, and system integration. But it has to be translated, and particularly because there is a gap still with the 2030 targets. And therefore, those 2030 targets need to be revised. That was already foreseen in the legislation, first in the governance regulation, which opens for it with an increased ambition level and new measures that can be taken at the European level for the collective achievement of the EU objectives. And that was said in the regulation on the governance of the energy union. They said that in the area of energy efficiency, additional measures can in particular aim to improve the energy efficiency of products, buildings, and transport. So we have already a hint of what kind of sectors will be covered by such a revision. In addition, in the 2018 revision of the Energy Efficiency Directive, we also have a new provision opening for a possible upwards revision by 2023, and therefore we can't expect also on that ground a revision of the EED, but as well on the Energy Performance in Buildings Directive. And when we compare with the figures put together by the European Environmental Agency in terms of trajectory, we see that there is still a gap, and the big question was why there is still a gap in reaching the energy efficiency targets, and of course what should be done. That was part of the assessment in relation to the European climate law that the European Commission performed, and the impact assessment that resulted notably in the climate target plan published in September last year. In the plan, it was indicated that there is an insufficient level of ambition in member state national contributions, and addition that we should increase the energy efficiency target to put it in line with increased emission reductions ambition. And the indicated figures were 36–37% for final energy consumption and 39 to 41% for primary energy consumption by 2030. So we will see next week what the European Commission ended up with. An additional factor has been, of course, the international pandemic that we have been confronted with. And one of the effects of COVID-19 has been to put an increased focus on energy poverty issues, notably the situation of vulnerable consumers, but as well for companies to make savings in all ways. And that includes looking at energy efficiency and energy savings. If we look at the framework a bit more in detail, what we have is energy efficiency as part of the 5 dimensions of the energy union and part of the governance system of the energy union itself under the regulation. It's part of this general framework from the start. In addition, we have in primarily the Energy Efficiency Directive, and I will focus on this one, some clear tools in terms of EU approach, which are based primarily on performance standards for products and buildings, but as well consumer information in the form of labeling, then obligations put on DSOs, notably on energy saving, but as well larger companies in terms of energy audits. And finally, when it comes to member states, obligations in terms of planning and reporting, where the member state, as part of their governance mechanism, will need as well to integrate energy efficiency and to report on the way they are complying with their target as part of the integrated energy and climate plans. And they also have the obligation to develop energy efficiency obligation schemes. At the national level, we may find different implementation approaches. And for those working on market-based instruments, for example, the white certificates for energy efficiency certificates have been used in different countries. So that's one of the most market-friendly tools used. Others have preferred tax rebates, etc. So we find still a diversity of compliance instruments under that. As part of the revision in 2018 of the EED directive, we find emphasis on some of those measures, an extension to the energy savings obligation in end use, energy audits in commercial sector, the retrofitting of public buildings was also included, reinforced provisions on metering and billing of notably thermal energy. And consumer rights, consumer information was reinforced, Member states must have in place transparent, publicly available national rules on allocation of cost of heating, cooling, and hot water consumption, monitoring of efficiency levels in new generation capacities also put in place, and as in another directive, a stronger emphasis on demand response. That's a short overview of the last revision. What has been announced as part of the current policy framework, but as well of the upcoming revisions of the instruments I just mentioned, is a clear and strong emphasis on the so-called energy efficiency first principle that has been announced in different policy documents. But the big question is, how do you translate such a principle into legislation? We find already a definition of energy efficiency first in the government's regulation in Article 218. And that provides for taking utmost account in energy planning and in policy and investment decision of alternative cost-efficient energy efficiency measures. Put it shortly, and I will not read the full provision, but energy efficiency first is the principle applied to policy making, to planning, and to investment in the energy sector around which the EU's energy system should be designed, put it simply. And that means considering the potential value of investing in energy efficiency, including saving and demand response, in all the decisions about energy system development. That includes homes, offices, industry, mobility. So we have a broad understanding of energy efficiency first measures. And that's interesting to compare before trying to put some more detailed provisions on that, what has been done abroad. And there is an interesting project going on, which is NR First, looking at how to really implement such a principle. So I refer you to this. But if we look at what has been implemented in other countries, we have some experiences internationally. In the US, we have integrated resource planning, energy efficiency as a resource. So those concepts exist as well in other jurisdictions, but they are much more focused on electricity and on the life cycle of the energy utilities and their planning, so 5-10 years. When we look at the European context, and if you remember the previous definition of energy efficiency first principle, we're looking from the start at the entire energy system. We need a transversal approach throughout that system, and therefore we need to look at the different parts of the legal framework. So one question as well, whether this is a change of paradigm. We are going away from silos to a more, and from an energy efficiency only policy to something which is more transversal. The time horizon is also a bit different, where we have to combine different time frames. We have already some indications what we can expect, notably in the energy system integration strategy, which is defining energy system integration as first a more circular energy system with energy efficiency at its core. So here we have an emphasis again on energy efficiency first. And that principle will need to be applied in the 6 policy areas of renewable energy, energy efficiency legislation, of course, but climate policy, power market rules, building policy, and energy security. So transversal principle. That raises some challenges. First, how do we apply such a principle consistently across the world energy system and the legislation? How to ensure that we have a market design where that energy efficiency first principle is made operational for all the actors, but from network planning to network company regulation to consumption? And how do we create the right incentives to answer that energy efficiency first call or requirement? So there is a further need to really understand its relevance for all levels of the energy supply chain and how it will affect the different sectors. I put on the right side a copy of what we can expect and what was announced in the energy system integration strategy from the European Commission. So finally, and I will end up here, is what kind of legal effects could we expect from that principle? Is this just a guiding approach, as I said, a guiding principle for EU energy policy, or does it have some teeth? And then can we expect some concrete provisions, legal provisions that will reflect that, that principle as it is called now? So we have some indications already in the various legislative pieces of the Clean Energy for All package that refer to that approach of principle. And what we're expecting is that it will be reinforced in the Fit for 55 package. So we'll see the extent of the enforcement, but what was asked the European Commission to do is to issue a guidance, practical implementation guidelines for decision makers to facilitate operation of the principle. So probably first soft law instruments and guidance before defining more concrete legal obligations. In terms of what kind of legal obligations or basis for good practice we can expect, I put here a list of elements that I could grab in different documents. It goes from giving priority to demand-side solutions to
2 minutes left.
Yeah, thank you. To factoring energy efficiency in generation adequacy assessment. That's a very technical but practical approach to it. As well, how to extend incentives under the EED or the Energy Performance Building Directive to the full supply chain. So we have again a reference here to the full supply chain, not only some separate actors. Consumer information will probably be reinforced. That's something that was also mentioned by the Commissioner earlier this morning. So that's probably going to happen. How to shape the primary energy factor to facilitate comparison of savings across energy carriers in, again, a more integrated energy system. Electrification, which is ongoing, should not result in more energy consumption, and then we may need some benchmark. Investments in energy efficiency solutions should be encouraged, notably through a framework on sustainable finance, and we already have some references under the taxonomy regulation to energy efficiency. So here it's also ongoing. Later on, we have a link to more to parallel initiatives. Would it be the renovation wave and how to accelerate the uptake of energy and resource efficiency measures, notably in the building sector? Interestingly, an emphasis on the use of local energy sources is expected, and that relates both to buildings and communities with more emphasis on energy reuse. And that could be related as well to waste legislation, both in terms of waste heat, but as well in terms of wastewater, both biological waste and residues in relation to the agriculture sector. So my conclusion will be that going from a more regulatory approach, sometimes called a principle, we still have a long way to go to the concrete legal consequences of that, but they could be a new principle, and I know that Raphael is interested in such an approach, and myself as well, that will shape the energy legislation, at least at the European level in the coming years. With that, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Catherine, for that talk, and I think you covered a lot there on a whole array of different aspects of energy efficiency, which, if we're to meet our energy and climate targets for the Paris Agreement, energy efficiency is a key part of meeting those targets from all the different reports from different institutions. So thank you, and we will be coming back to you for the Q&A. But next we will move to the final speaker of this session. I should remind the audience to think about your questions. We have 4 very good speakers, lawyers who love to debate, so it would be great to have some questions come in for the speakers. So I'm going to hand over to Guillaume, who is a senior lecturer at the University of Amiens in France, but also a partner at EFELA in Paris, where he leads the energy practice. And he has specializes in energy law, in particular on all the issues covering electricity and gas, and teaches energy law at Sciences Po in Paris as well. So over to you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much, Raphael, for this presentation, for this introduction. And thank you to all my EFELA's colleagues for giving me the opportunity to tackle such fascinating issues. So I'm going to share my screen. Of course, dealing with Green Deal and state aid issues, with looking at this topic through my national glasses, and from a French perspective, of course, nuclear issues are always are never very far away. So and when it comes to Green Deal, the Green Deal context, nuclear issues is a little bit the elephant in the room. So we will try to okay. Here is the agenda of my presentation. So let's jump into the topics already. A few words on Green Deal. Many things have already been said, so I will be quick on this issue, but it's quite interesting to mention that the Green Deal context put emphasis on decarbonization, of course. And if we look back a few years ago, when the Commission was dealing with the Hinkley Point case, the nuclear plant in Britain, in the UK, there was this debate whether or not developing nuclear power plants could be seen as favoring a common objective. And there was this debate on whether or not it was, the Commission put side by side two big issues related to nuclear. First, nuclear is decarbonized, and second, it produces waste. So it's not totally environmentally friendly. But at that time, the Commission decided not to give an answer to that question. And it could be interesting to have the same question today, and maybe the answer would be a little bit different. Well, that would be at least a question to ask. If we try to think of the role of state aid in delivering the Green Deal, of course, state aid will have an important role to play. That's for sure. And one way this role can be played is by recalling that the compatibility assessment of state aid control must also be made taking into account the respect of EU provisions and principles. Therefore, the procedural framework of state aid becomes a very efficient tool to make sure that member states will respect EU law and EU secondary legislation. One illustration of this effect could be seen with security of supply. If we look at the provisions in the guidelines, the new guidelines, I will come to that in a minute, but even the current guidelines, the one 2014-2020, there is no requirement on CO2 emissions within the guidelines. but we can find those CO2 emissions requirement in the regulation. And it is interesting to see interactions between the state aid control and the way the Commission will make sure that the provision of secondary legislation, and in particular on this issue, will be respected. So this also raises interesting question. I mean, in the sense that does it mean that the Commission could identify any violation of EU law which would lead to a decision of incompatibility? This can be a question. But if we try to think of the role of state aid control in delivering the Green Deal, this interaction between the framework, the procedural framework, and the compliance with all the EU law is an important element to have in mind, or to bear in mind. The scope of the new guidelines. The Commission has launched a consultation on the future state aid guidelines for energy, environment, and climate. The new letter, the acronym is CEEAG, and the C stands for climate. First, a few remarks on the guidelines. I think it's very important to read this guideline in the light of the Hinkley Point judgment rendered by the Court of Justice, the Grand Chamber of the Court of Justice, because the way compatibility assessment of state aid will be made in these new guidelines has very much to do with this judgment. The second remark, and one important issue, is the scope of the guidelines. The scope of the guideline has been enlarged to encompass more areas and technology. And the Commission itself says that the idea is to tackle or to deal with all technologies that could deliver the Green Deal. And at the same time, in these guidelines, we see that nuclear energy is not within the scope of the guidelines. So this is a bit confusing. Of course, when we look at the previous guidelines were not applicable to nuclear energy. And the Court of Justice in the Hinkley Point case mentioned that. The court said, well, nuclear is not mentioned in the guidelines, so the guidelines do not apply to nuclear technology. In the new guidelines, it's a little bit different, because the new guidelines are supposed to apply to all low carbon technologies. And of course, one of the main advantage of nuclear is that it is a low carbon technology. So if the Commission would not have mentioned that nuclear was not in the scope, within the scope of these guidelines, it would have been encompassed. So the fact that nothing would have been said was not enough to exclude nuclear from the scope of the guideline. The rationale for this exclusion, of course, is maybe political. We know that some member states are really against nuclear technology, but from a legal perspective, from a legal point of view, I think this raises an interesting question, because it's precisely the time where the value of nuclear power has never been so high because of this because of this low carbon advantage. And one interesting issue is the way the French Conseil d'État has developed its case law to accommodate action for annulment against soft law acts. And one question that I ask myself is whether or not the exclusion of nuclear from the scope of the guidelines could lead to an action for annulment before the Court of Justice, if the Court of Justice was about to make the same reasoning as the Conseil d'État. This could be an interesting question. Moving a little bit forward, the Commission uses the colorful classification to present the main trends of the CEEAG. Green means that we are aid in favor of development of low carbon technologies can be granted. So clearly this applies for renewables, for example. Brown, this is aid that can be granted to help phasing out fossil fuel technologies, and we think of closure of plants that burn coal, for example. And the gray area is much more difficult to assess because it says that okay, you can grant aid to these gray technologies, meaning that it's technologies that will be needed for this transition, but will not be compatible with the 2050 target unless some specific provision have been decided. This leads to a few questions or remarks. The first one is that we see that the carbon footprint of the measure becomes a decisive element. The second one is more tricky to my point of view, is whether or not state aid can be granted to phase out low carbon technologies. And here I'm not reasoning within the scope of the CEEAG, but more broadly on state aid and Green Deal. So, and the question is that for countries or member states that decide to phase out, for example, nuclear right now. Okay, thank you very much. Is it the right time to do that in a way, could we imagine that the Commission would challenge such a decision because it will end up with more CO2 emissions? And maybe that could be a reasoning to say you can do whatever you want because of the freedom to choose your electricity mix, but you have to do it with making sure that it will not worsen the CO2 balance or the CO2 emission balance. In France, we will have a strange situations where we will grant state aid for new nuclear. This is quite likely. There are ongoing discussion with the Commission to grant aid for existing nuclear, and we also grant state aid for early closure of nuclear plants with no security issues, just because some of the plants, the government decided that some plants like Fessenheim, for example, needed to be shut down. So it's quite strange that there is not a true rationale in that. And my conclusion, and maybe some other question, maybe for the Q&A session, is related to an issue that we tackled a little bit earlier in this seminars. It's the interaction between national energy policies. We see that it is becoming more and more sensitive because national energy policies have effects on our neighboring countries. It can be negative externalities, but it also can be positive externalities. And to some extent, when we look at the way countries close some or phase out nuclear, it's also because other countries like France decided not to phase out nuclear. It's not clear whether the Green Deal could be achieved if all the countries decided to phase out nuclear in the coming years. And the legal answers are not very clear. We are very much waiting for the Opal judgment next week on the solidarity principle. We also have this specific legislation with the cross-border cost allocation in the TENI regulation. And the question I was asking myself was that could state aid control play a role in favoring more coordination between the national energy policies? Thank you very much for your attention, and I will be happy to answer questions in the Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, and thank you to the other three speakers as well. I think 4 very important topics. If I was a young scholar today, I would be choosing one of these topics for my dissertation or for my PhD. I think they are very important. So we have a couple of questions in from the audience. The first one to Inigo from Catherine Emmett, I think from the UK. The discussion is, I'll read it out here to you, Inigo. The discussion is often that renewables should integrate into and respond to signal from the electricity market. But as you said, renewables are reshaping the market. Do you foresee in future that market prices will not work to incentivize investment in operation in electricity generation and storage assets? And if so, how do you envisage market design will need to change?
So thank you very much for that question. That question really touches upon one of the most important issues of the future market in Europe. And that has to do with which kind of market you want to design, an only energy market or a capacity market. The question underlines that the massive introduction of renewables gives little room for security, and the price of renewables will not give enough signal for new investment. This is why I think, from my point of view, there are 2 options. One is to introduce, in accordance with EU law and in accordance with the electricity regulation, some capacity mechanisms in a temporary way, of course, which do not harm competition. But the best option for me will be to have 2 markets. One market only for renewables, and another market which takes into account those energies which are giving security to the system. So then the cheap and cost-effective renewable technology does not harm security, which is sometimes given by, for example, natural gas or other kind of technologies.
Thank you. And we have a second question from the audience. I think this is for Gihun. On which grounds the legality of the CEE-AG can be challenged? Equal treatment, principle, technology, and neutrality.
It's of course I cannot answer with very much certainty this question. I was just thinking that if the Court of Justice was moving in the same way as the French Conseil d'État, there would be maybe a way to tackle this issue, because if you read or if you study the case law of the Conseil d'État, you see that how could I put that? The ground for annulment are not that clear, and it's more like the rationale of the reasoning that could be emphasis, and that would put some kind of disadvantage on certain operators. And that's it's quite clear that being excluded from the scope of the guidelines make it much more difficult for nuclear operators to compete with other energy sources. And maybe what is the more questioning is that, is there a good reason to exclude the nuclear technology from the scope of these guidelines? And what is this reason? If it's only politic, I think maybe there may be a way to challenge that. If there is another reason, because maybe there is a question on the Commission side that maybe nuclear should not be part of the solution, then maybe this raises other questions with compatibility with the Euratom Treaty and with the freedom of the countries to choose their electricity mix.
Thank you. And just while I'm waiting for some more questions, I have a question for both Catherine and Matthias, just to hear your views. That if I'm thinking, let's say, about both topics you talked about, energy efficiency and carbon pricing, what are your views if I was to say, is carbon pricing not actually, isn't it the best way to achieve energy efficiency? To me, it could be the most straightforward way if we intervene in the carbon market and put the price very high. That should really send a big signal to energy efficiency. So maybe Matthias first, and then to you, Catherine. So Matthias, what would your views on that be?
It's a good question, but difficult to answer. I must admit that I'm personally a fan of having more economic instruments in this area, and try to get find a way to deal with it. Perhaps unfortunately, but at least factually, the fact of having so the most cost-efficient measure work towards reducing CO2 is not a policy priority that we have seen in the past. Shall I put it this way? That when we compare prices, the price of reducing 1 ton of CO2, carbon pricing under EU ETS was very cost efficient, but we have nonetheless decided to follow other policy instruments, for example, the renewable energy front, to support solar or wind, And if I understand the figures correctly that we're currently seeing on the hydrogen pricing, this is also not the driving factor. I find it interesting that this is not really discussed or seems to be not discussed, at least when I look at it from the German political discussion. The price element, how can I do it most cost efficiently, does not seem to be the question that is very much on people's minds, and I'm sometimes puzzled by that. So I personally think that may be a very good way to do it, but it seems that political considerations favor another approach.
Thank you. Catherine.
Yes, I also agree that carbon pricing is a fundamental signal, but when it comes to energy efficiency, I'm a bit also concerned that it will actually affect the ones that already are paying quite a lot. And if you integrate the price for energy efficiency measures, that might be the final energy consumers that will again pay the bill. And just 2 days ago, the Court of Auditors released a report on the cost of integrating the polluter pays principle. And that's finally, they found out that the ones polluting, well, the costs are just transferred to the taxpayers, and you do not necessarily target correctly the polluters. And a bit of the same thing that I'm thinking here, that carbon pricing may not be fair in terms of energy justice consideration compared to other measures that like standards, product standards, or incentives that will target as well behaviors and fundamental improvement of energy efficiency services of products.
Thank you. And yes, very important to consider among all these policy initiatives, what is just and fair is, that is crucial in terms of our thinking. I have a question, maybe a short answer from Guillaume and also Inigo, in terms of thinking, let's say, about state aid and renewables. For me, I would be thinking, if I was thinking cynically, the only people nearly that benefit from all these state aid rules and regulations are the legal community who get lots of work in the area. Why not, given the urgency of tackling the issue of climate change, why not just simplify everything and say, if you're building renewables, you can get state aid over the short, medium to long term. If you're not building renewables or even hydro or nuclear, there is no state aid. No, it should no longer be available. So what would your views on that be? I'll go to Inigo first and then over to you, Guillaume. You have to turn on your microphone, Inigo.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. I see your point. I see that if we lose too much time thinking about when and how to allow this state aid, and if we subject renewables installations to the ordinary procedure, we may be losing too much time. So instead of giving a green light to any kind of state aid in the area, I would introduce some specialities in the procedure. For example, not asking these renewable installations to wait, or this state aid to wait for a green light from the Commission, but rather to communicate them and wait to see if there is any concern from the Commission in terms of competition. That will balance the need to keep an eye on competition and the need to push installations to go ahead quickly.
Thank you. And over to you, Guillaume.
Thank you. I think it's a very tricky question. My understanding of that is that the more you get renewable, and if you grant state dates, you will have, and quite ambitious targets, you will have a lot of renewable. It affects, or it has consequences on the wholesale market prices, and then it becomes much more difficult for conventional operators, whether with CCGT or nuclear, to value enough their energy in order to survive in those markets. So that's why we put capacity market, or we imagine a capacity market. And therefore, if we stop any kind of support to conventional energies, being nuclear or fossil fuel, we will end up with security of supply issues. So, and I think on that respect, the ongoing discussions with the commissions regarding the regulation of the nuclear fleet in France is quite interesting, because a few years ago, there was no question of state aid needed for the nuclear industry, because the wholesale markets was high enough in a way to cover the cost of this technology. But because we have more and more renewable on the market, the wholesale prices are going down, and then it is. I don't think it would be possible today to say, well, on the for the gray and brown technologies, there will be no more state aid granted. I think this will threaten the security of supply issue.
Thank you. And very quickly, Guillaume, if I could just get your view on the question, just a very brief view. There's a question here, a follow-up on challenging the CEAG. Could that be done in a case where the European Commission's decision is challenged? If the ECJ rules the decision was illegal and the decision was based on the guidelines, would the EC then have to revise the guidelines?
That's an interesting question. I think that there are maybe more qualified persons on the panel to answer this question. So I take my joker on that. Okay, so maybe that's one that that requires an investment to hire a law firm on that. But we're coming to the end of the session, so I just want to get a very brief, let's say 1 to 2 minute answer from each of the panelists on this question. And I'm just thinking about how climate change is becoming more real. I mean, if you follow the news today, it's all over the news about the deaths due to the extreme heat in North America. You know, we are seeing visibly climate change happen before our eyes. We can think of, you know, even over in Asia, you see the relocation of the capital city, 28 million people of Jakarta in Indonesia. So, I mean, climate change is real. And if you follow the UN call this, you know, the decade, they have a few terms for it, I think, but the decade of action. This is the most important decade we are going to have. You know, this decade will decide whether we actually do meet our climate objectives. So, you know, we touched on the question of ambition when we talked with the EU Energy Commissioner. And I want to come back to that question of ambition, because remember, it's only by ambition that we send a signal to the investment community that we want something done. We want something done today. And if I'm following all the latest scientific research coming out from, let's say, the Nature journal, I'm thinking it all says action is not happening fast enough. So in the topic you covered today, I wonder if you could tell me which would be the most important policy
to change that would have the fastest and immediate impact in terms of, thinking about we need things to happen in this next decade. So I will give Inigo the honor of going first, and that'll leave the rest of the panel to think of their answers. So what will be in renewable energy? What would you do? What would you change to achieve immediate impact and to really send a signal to the investment community that renewables were definitely being encouraged?
Just a minute. Do you hear me, Rafael?
Yeah, perfectly.
Okay. Thank you for the question. For me, the answer is twofold. One is EU level, and the fastest policy to go quicker is phasing out coal sooner than it is being done. Coal, I mean. Spain is an example. Last year, we closed 7 coal power stations, but we don't see that process being so quickly in other parts of the Union. And the second part of the answer is, and this is out of our hands, of course, but we need an international policy. We need to come into terms with China and India, because if we don't, the efforts we are doing are purposeless. So we need to, instead of only having regulations against Chinese investments in Europe, we need to talk with China to push them into a more environmental friendly energy policy.
Thank you, Inigo. And I know you may have to leave soon, but thank you for your participation. And that is great news to hear about 7 coal plants being closed last year in Spain. So cleaner air already in Spain if you're thinking of going there on holidays this summer. So next, Matthias, what will be your views?
Well, maybe following up on Inigo's suggestion to make sure that we come up with a solution that also involves other countries. I actually do think that the carbon adjustment mechanism on the borders is an important aspect. It is not just throwing a lot of money at CO2 reductions in Europe, but I think it is very important that we have an instrument that allows us to influence climate action in other countries, while at the same time ensuring that trade between countries remains possible on fair terms. Therefore, I think the idea of having the CBAM is a good measure, and reviewing EU ETS is good, so that we can try to play on that and improve this further. Because as much as a country like Germany likes to do certain things and spend money on reducing it, there are probably ways to reduce CO2 emissions further for the same amount of money or a lower amount of money if we make sure that it happens in other countries. And that, I think, is a very important thing that we should put higher on our agenda.
Thank you. And in economics research, they do say that carbon pricing is the most efficient way of reducing carbon dioxide emissions. So over to you, Catherine.
Well, two ideas. The first is to put that together, that energy efficiency is again a good example that it is going too slow, and then second, that we need a mix of instruments, both habits. We need to change habits, and that's something very difficult to regulate. And the second one, technologies. So take the first point, it's going too slow. I think here we need to pursue the right regulatory legislative approach. Think about the legislative process for a new directive. Now, next week, we will be looking at new proposals. It will take 1-2 years to be adopted at the EU level, and then 1-2 years to be transposed and implemented. And if we have 1 decade to act, we have already taken half of that decade. So I think here we need some to think really of how to speed up the process in terms of legal regulatory incentives, and to use all kind of tools we can use. Would it be soft law, standards, etc. And the second thing regarding the mix of instruments is that we need to engage all actors, all sectors, that they feel that responsibility, not only states that are sued because they're not only ambitious, but that's something that concerns everybody, and we need to shape that new paradigm into our habits, and developing new technologies that will enable us to make energy savings, to cut emissions. And that is a broad and ambitious action, but it is extremely important to that it is comprehensive. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally to you, Guillaume.
Two ideas as well. I think that when we read the CEEAG, to me, that there is a kind of discrepancy between the Green Deal and what we find within those guidelines. Maybe they are not ambitious enough, or they are not clear enough on, as you said, what can be done and what cannot be done. And once again, for me, to allow member states to grant state aid for early closure of low carbon technologies at that time in 2021 is something that I find difficult to understand if this member state does not come up with a solution that will that will diminish that will lower the CO2 emission balance within a very short period of time. So phasing out nuclear to open CCGT or even coal power plants, for me at that time, it doesn't really make sense, and it's look a bit contrary to the objective of the Green Deal.
Okay, thank you very much for that, and thank you very much to our speakers for very powerful talks on 4 of the most important issues that will, where we do need legal change and reform if we are to meet our Paris Agreement objectives by 2030. So no doubt we will be hearing more on these topics in future. So I would also like to thank the organizers, and one of those, Marinella, is going to now take over as chair. So thank you again to our 4 speakers. I think a great session, and it should guide some of the discussion for the rest of the day. So over to you, Marinella.
Thank you very much, Raphael, and compliments for your great speech during the session. Now I have to step in the big shoes of Mr. Biandrino, who is the president of the Italian Energy Law Association and chair the 3rd session. But before introducing Austria, I inform you that after this session, we will have a break of about 1 hour. At 1 o'clock, we will restart, but let's stay connected. And now I have the honor to introduce Bernd Rajal, who is a lawyer and partner at Schöner Law Firm in Vienna. His practice focuses on energy and climate change. Since more than 15 years, he advises domestic and international energy clients in Austria and in Europe. He advises private and state-owned companies, national and international financial institutions, national governments, ministries, and regulatory bodies. Bernd is also ranked by the Chambers and Legal 500 as a leading energy lawyer in Austria. And now, Bernd, over to you.
Thank you very much, Marinella, for this kind introduction. Also, thank you to all EFELA colleagues for the organization of this great event. I'm happy to be here. My topic today is hydrogen, biogas, and decarbonized gases, which regulation model. So I try to share my presentation. Marinella, can you see the presentation?
Perfectly. Great.
I'll start the presentation mode.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Okay.
Thank you. Yes. To start off, I would like to address some of the European Commission statements in relation to hydrogen and biogas. These statements have been made in the context of the Green Deal and the Green Deal documents like the hydrogen strategy paper. And I have some citations and quotations from the Commission on the first slide. I just quote some of them. The first one is very important. Renewable electricity is expected to decarbonize a large share of the EU energy consumption by 2050, but not all of it. And hydrogen has a strong potential to bridge some of this gap. And also the last quotation is, I think, very important. Hydrogen can replace fossil fuels in some carbon-intensive industrial processes. So I think the message from the Commission is very clear, and it was actually reconfirmed by the Commissioner today in the morning. Although electrification will play a major role in decarbonizing the European energy system, there are several applications in practice where electrification is economically or technically not feasible. To name some examples, for instance, the steel production, transport by lorries, aviation, maritime transport sectors. All these sectors are expected to remain dependent on molecule-based energy carriers. In order to decarbonize these sectors, fossil fuels must be substituted by decarbonized gases. So actually it's safe to say that decarbonized renewable gases, especially hydrogen, including green hydrogen, will play a major role in the ambitions of the European Union to reach the net zero emissions by 2050. But not only decarbonized gases, also biogas has a role to play in the Green Deal. Biogas is expected to play a major role in the transition towards a more circular energy system. So wastewater as well as biological waste and residues which have not been utilized so far represent an opportunity for reducing fossil fuel consumption. And the potential is pretty huge. Estimations see the overall potential of biogas production from waste and residues ranging from 2.7 to 3.7% of the EU's energy consumption in 2030. So in a nutshell, hydrogen and biogas will play an important role in the implementation of the Green Deal. So where do we stay today? Hydrogen use, you see the EU total consumption is at the moment at 340 terawatt hours, whereby the largest consumption volumes are Germany, Netherlands, Poland, and France. And you can also see where hydrogen is used, in which sectors. The largest sectors are obviously a refinery sector and also the chemical industry. And I think that's important to be aware of because when we're talking about regulation and regulation models, we always need to see where is actually hydrogen used. When it's not used in households, for instance, the regulation might need to be different from the classical electricity and natural gas regulation. What about biogas and biomethane and decarbonized gases? Biogas is mostly used currently for electricity production utilized in CHP units. Biomethane is actually an upgraded biogas which can be injected into a natural gas network. And decarbonized gases, what is that? Actually, there's no legal definition in place, but for instance, blue hydrogen combined with carbon capture use and storage mechanism is such an example. So what is the current framework actually for hydrogen and biogas? Well, there is the Gas Directive 2009, which is obviously addressed to natural gas. However, there's an article where it actually says it shall also apply this directive in a non-discriminatory way to biogas and gas from biomass. And there's also a residual clause according to which it should also apply the directive to other types of gas, insofar as such gases can technically and safely be injected into and transported through the natural gas system. So actually, in principle, transport and injection can take place with regard to hydrogen and other green gases. However, limitations might apply since member states have different perception of what is actually considered to be technically safe. So there is no harmonization and limits for injection of these gases, and that's why there is actually no harmonization in place. Most interestingly, also the new Electricity Directive 2009 can be to a certain extent relevant because there's a new definition of energy storage. And this energy storage is defined as deferring the final use of electricity to a moment later than when it was generated, or the conversion of electrical energy into a form of energy which can be stored. So therefore, subsuming hydrogen production facilities under the term of energy storage in terms of the Electricity Directive appears actually reasonable, but it's a matter of interpretation. And last but not least, very short, the Renewable Energy Directive, the RED II. This is a low-brainer. Of course, there are provisions relevant for biomass and biogas, and with all the sustainability criteria are regulated there. But there's also hydrogen mentioned, because hydrogen from renewable sources shall be considered for the purpose of calculating the national energy share from renewable resources. If you look at the framework, there are obvious gaps and deficiencies with regard to hydrogen, for instance. So mixed gas hydrogen networks are not explicitly within the scope of the Gas Directive. So if you, for instance, you do a blending with hydrogen and inject it into a natural gas network, it could be seen within the scope of the Gas Directive, but that's only by means of interpretation. It's an unclear situation from a legal regulatory perspective. There's also no EU harmonized hydrogen blending limits or quotas, so there is no harmonized regulation to inject hydrogen into the existing gas grid. There's a complete lack of regulation with regard to dedicated hydrogen networks, which is not a surprise because these networks will come up in future, but they are not that often at the moment. And there is also an unclear situation with regard to permitting and licensing of networks and hydrogen facilities. And last but not least, of course, there's also no hydrogen network planning and no coordination in infrastructure planning between hydrogen and natural gas / electricity. Is there actually a need for regulation? When we are talking about existing and new pipelines, or for instance, dedicated hydrogen pipelines, of course, they may represent a natural monopoly, which can justify the introduction of network regulation, and an adequate network regulation can contribute to fair competition, to an energy system optimization, and also to cost optimization. So when we are talking now about regulatory options, it's important to note that the scope of options strongly depends on the hydrogen strategy and pathways of implementation. If you look at the Commission's hydrogen strategy, there is a strong prioritization of dedicated hydrogen networks, but there's also kind of foreseen that in a transition period, also the blending of hydrogen injection, the natural gas, should be followed up. So with regard to blending, it would be important to create legal certainty by explicitly extending gas regulation to hydrogen and other renewable gases. There's also the option for explicit third-party access to the gas network, since this could be necessary in order to provide producers with distribution channels at places where dedicated hydrogen networks are not feasible. Tariff regulation could be an opportunity for supporting the uptake of the production of hydrogen and other renewable gases. And last but not least, but very important, there should be harmonized gas quality standards for supporting the uptake. When we are talking about dedicated hydrogen networks, there is actually there are two possible approaches. The first one is the dynamic approach, and the second one, the static approach. Under the dynamic approach, regulatory instruments, regulation would only be necessary or applicable in cases where the market shows signs of a natural monopoly. And in this case, regulatory instruments should apply in order to avoid any abusive practices by the monopolist, for instance. Under the static approach, the regulatory framework would apply from the outset, independent from market and market integration. So, for instance, the European regulatory authority, ACER, clearly favors the dynamic approach in its white papers. And secondly, one may decide between mirroring natural gas regulation or only cherry picking of some regulatory instruments. And to this regard, regulatory exemptions of new infrastructure, for instance, could be an important option for supporting the uptake of dedicated hydrogen networks. So my personal view with regard to the mixed network, to the blending, in order to support the ambitions of the European Green Deal in case of blending, there are 3 points which are, I think, of particular importance. The first one is there is a need to be harmonized conditions for network access. So a third-party access to the natural gas network needs to be explicitly guaranteed and harmonized. Blending limits should be implemented. Secondly, I think harmonized tariff principles and tariff structure should be implemented. And thirdly, one needs to consider the need to unbundle TSOs from hydrogen production activities. With regard to dedicated hydrogen networks, also my personal view, again, with regards to the, I'm of the opinion that the necessity for third-party access to this dedicated hydrogen network will strongly depend on the network configuration, as well as the supply and demand situation in the market. So if we are talking about isolated small private networks, there might be no need to grant third-party access. But when we are talking about larger networks, for instance, distribution or transmission networks, third-party access might be needed. Tariff regulation will be required for distribution transmission lines in order to avoid discriminatory pricing or excessive pricing. Again, small private network could be exempted from tariff regulation, in my personal view. And with regards to unbundling, accounting and legal unbundling should be sufficient. because the market is totally different from natural gas market, since incumbent vertically integrated undertakings are actually not the norm. So I already come to the conclusions. Dedicated hydrogen networks are likely to become natural monopolies in future. So there might be the necessity of regulation to avoid market distortion. What is obvious in my personal view that the current regulations for the natural gas and electricity are not appropriate. For hydrogen, that's a silo approach. It's too narrow in scope. I think it's very important to define a target model for hydrogen and renewable gases upfront, because this is the basis for investors' security and certainty. The regulatory model at the end will strongly depend on the pathway towards market integration. Existing gas regulations could be extended to hydrogen, which is blended with natural gas and transported via existing gas pipelines, whereas new regulation and new regulatory framework might be necessary with regard to the dedicated hydrogen networks. What would be important, a regulation model should provide for an effective third-party access regime. As mentioned before, exceptions might be required. Harmonized tariff structures and principles, so cost reflectivity is a very important issue in order to avoid cross-subsidiation. Unbundling from the methane sector might be necessary if there is a risk of discrimination. And with regards to the dedicated hydrogen networks, depending on the market development, dependent on the network configuration, might be necessary to unbundle production from network operation. And last but not least, there will also be the need of a planning, harmonious planning that will be also important. So I'm already done, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Bernd, for this complete, efficient, and also inspiring, I hope, for the new legislator legal framework. And now I recall the break of this energy law marathon. We will restart at 1 o'clock, 1 hour break or 50 minutes, and let's stay connected. Thank you very much.
How are you living this first part of our Congress? Interesting, isn't it?
Very interesting, Vicente. Really very. All the intervention were very good prepared and very interesting, and the intervention of the commissioner very.
Yeah, it was really very complete. Yeah. Hello, Julia. How are you? Welcome. Long time. Unfortunately, we have seen each other, so there should be some opportunity, I do believe, at the end of summertime that we'll meet physically together, hopefully. So we have to organize something nice, a kind of a seminar in Paris or in some part of Europe. I am going to talk with Guillaume later on. How are you, Maria?
Very good. Hi.
Hi. I think we are in time. I don't know if is Lee here? Yes, no? Is Lee already here?
I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
I'm going to make some phone call.
Can I just test if my microphone is working? Sorry.
Excuse me, Julian?
Can I just check my microphone is working?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
It's working very well. Hello, Ilaria. How are you?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm very well.
Great to see you all.
I'm going to check.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Here we go. Hello.
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 Good afternoon, everybody. I apologize. I didn't get an email. We were starting earlier. I had a different time. So welcome everyone to this panel. And my name is Lee Hancher. I'm a professor of European law at the University of Tilburg here in the Netherlands, and also part-time director of the energy law area at the Florence School of Regulation. So we have a panel this afternoon that will look at the challenges to the Green Deal's implementation, its rollout in a number of countries. And our panel consists of esteemed members of the association. And we have asked them to give us a very short presentation. We have to be quite strict as we have a large panel and not very much time. But the idea is that each panelist will spend a maximum of 10 minutes to present the main challenge of the Green Deal in their country and how that will be approached. I think we heard this morning already from the commissioner that indeed implementation will be a challenge, and she was looking to the association to come up with assistance, solutions in dealing with that, and especially to engage consumers. So I have not been given a particular order of presentation. So I'm going to invite Julia Jäger first to give us her insights. So Julia, I welcome you to the panel, and please proceed. And 10 minutes, thank you.
Thank you, Lee. First, allow me to congratulate EFELA for organizing our meeting, and in particular our President Vicente and our General Secretary for their commitment in the design of this conference. I will talk about the European Green Deal and the Luxembourg energy sector. Before getting into the significant part, allow me to a preliminary remark. This preliminary remark is as a reminder of some of Luxembourg's particularities, which influence politics, legislators, and regulators. The particularities are the following. First, the very dynamic demographic development. There is an increase of 2% each year since 2010. Today, we are around 640 residents. The second particularity is the very dynamic development of the open Luxembourg economy. 80% of all goods and services are exported. The third particularity is the structure of energy consumption in Luxembourg. For instance, regarding fuel consumption is proportionally high in Luxembourg. The causes are above all the central location of Luxembourg in Europe and the low fuel price compared to neighboring countries. Regarding electricity, Luxembourg mainly uses imports. 85% of electricity is imported and mostly from Germany. And regarding gas, since 2015, the existence of Belgian Luxembourg gas market. This is the very first integration of gas markets between two member states of European Union. Let us now turn to Luxembourg initiative following the European Green Deal. The initiatives are both political and legal. Luxembourg political initiatives are mainly two. In 2020, the National Energy and Climate Plan, and in 2021, the Plan for the Recovery and the Resilience of Grand Duchy, adopted as part of the Next Generation EU. The National Energy and Climate Plan is for the period 2021 and 2030. It constitutes a roadmap, and its objectives are reduction of green gas emissions by 55%, the increase of renewable energy by 25%, and energy efficiency from 40 to 44% by 2030. It should be noted that the target of 55% is one of the most ambitious in the EU. Regarding the energy sector, the cardinal points of this energy and climate plan are the following. Regarding electricity, the increasing energy security by a reduction of dependence on electricity import through the expansion of renewable energies. Regarding gas, no more expansion of the national gas infrastructure in terms of transport or distribution, deepening of the common gas market with Belgium, and the active support for gas distribution company in the construction of green gas infrastructure. This was the Luxembourg National Energy Climate Plan. And let me now continue with the second main political initiative, which is the Plan for the Recovery and Resilience of the Grand Duchy within the framework of the Next Generation EU. The Commission of the European Union on June 18, 2021 approved the plan. President von der Leyen called it, I quote, one of the most or even the most environmentally friendly plan at all. One of the priority areas of this plan is the decarbonization of transport. The measures to increase energy efficiency in this sector are the reduction of traffic, expansion of public transport. All the public transport are free in Luxembourg since March 2020. And the third measure is the development of electromobility. In this context, a series of measures supporting the rapid development of electric vehicle charging infrastructure are planned. Let me now turn quickly to the strictly legal initiative in the context of the European Green Deal. The two main legislative initiatives I want to focus on are the Luxembourgish climate law and the CO2 tax. On December 15, 2020, Luxembourg adopted its climate law. The central objective of this law is to set a reduction of CO2 tax emission by 55% until 2030. Emission reduction targets are set in the following sector: energy and manufacturing industries, construction, transport, residential and tertiary buildings, agriculture and forestry, and waste and wastewater treatment. To ensure the financing of investment, the law established the Climate and Energy Fund. Article 5 of the law provides that a grand regulation determines the annual emission allowance of the sector concerned. More particularly, with regard to energy sector, the climate law provides that the use of nuclear energy is excluded to achieve the objectives. In the electrical energy sector, an important novelty for actively participating in the energy transition is the introduction of self-consumption. We know that consuming the electricity produced yourself is ecological and economical. But in Luxembourg, the production of Luxembourg electricity for own consumption is seldom practiced. Today, 6 months after the entry into force of the climate law, the main implementing regulation have still not been made. The second main legislative measure adopted by Luxembourg is the introduction of a CO2 tax. From January 1st, a CO2 tax is applied in Luxembourg. When released for consumption in the country, energy products and natural gas are subject to a CO2 tax. The principle is that of the polluter pays. In the long term, it must make it possible to divert the consumer from fossil fuels. According to the Luxembourg Statistics Center, CO2 tax should make it possible to reduce consumption by 8% from next year, and greenhouse emission by 6% compared to the situation without a CO2 tax. Certainly a positive result, but far from the 55% expected in 2030. On paper, Luxembourg's record is very inspiring and very positive. It is in advance of what is scheduled on EU level. However, the reality on the ground looks different. First, because in 2019, greenhouse gas emission increased by 1.7% in Luxembourg, an increasing trend that has been confirmed by since 2016. Second, because the reduction of CO2 emissions by 55% until 2030 is the climate law's central objective, but are not yet defined, neither the objective per sector, nor how the authority intend to verify whether the sector respect the objectives or not. For our next generation, I hope that Luxembourgish climate law, it's not only a paper tiger. This was the most and last initiative from Luxembourg. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed to Luxembourg. That was an excellent presentation, very concise, and thank you very much for sticking to the time. I will pass on to the next panelist. I think the best thing is that we have everyone's interventions, and then I will proceed to comments and questions. So let's then now go to Maria Meng Papantoni for her contribution. Thank you, Maria.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to everybody from everywhere in Europe where you are, and thank you for being here with you this afternoon. Preparing my presentation and thinking of what I could analyze in front of you, I chose to inform you of the actions, objectives, and challenges opening in Greece for the implementation of the Green Deal in the energy sector. The path for a greener Greece through the European Green Deal is envisaged to be materialized by the actions foreseen by the National Energy and Climate Plan and the related objectives of the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. Sorry, I forgot to tell you that I have a small PowerPoint that it will help us just for bringing in our mind, because everybody perhaps is not familiar with the landscape of my country and the intricacies that may be arisen for regarding the Green Deal of in the energy sector. So the National Energy and Climate Plan is a Greek law based on the regulation of energy governance, and they will be certainly modified after the knowledge we have recently about the upcoming package regarding the EU Green Deal and what will be effectively close to the energy sector. The objectives of this National Energy and Climate Plan are mainly the strengthening of the interconnectivity of Greece and the security of the energy supply, an additional liberalization of the energy sector, the development and improvement of the functioning of the networks for the benefit of the users by strengthening the role of users, and changes in the existing energy consumption patterns by using efficient and friendly energy for the environment in final consumption areas. These objectives address primarily the requirements of climate change, emissions, and the removal of the greenhouse gases, And the purpose of the above mentioned plan, established at the end of 2019, is to attain a total 40% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions until 2030 in relation to 1990, and total 55% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions until 2030 in relation to 2005, which means that it is envisaged to attain a total reduction of 35.4% of greenhouse gases emissions in non-ETS sectors until 2030 in relation to 2005. These envisaged reductions and the radical changes that they will bring to the economic production will open great challenges, mainly due to the existing deficiencies concerning the regulatory framework for the whole ETS trading system, certification, control, and sanctioning mechanisms. About the renewables and the increase of the RES share penetration, the target is set for a share of at least 35% in final energy consumption, a share of at least 60% in electricity consumption, covering a share of 40% in heating and cooling and 14% in transportation. The challenges here are great, mainly due to the necessary investment for energy storage and for the interconnections that should be made on the non-interconnected Greek islands, and to the complexities of the regulatory framework regarding the authorizations and the not in backyard syndrome, which provoke many delays in the building of new installations. Regarding energy efficiency, the objective is to reduce energy consumption by at least 38% by 2030. And for this purpose, it is set as a goal to improve the building condition of cities, and as an intermediate target, the increase of gas consumption for housing needs and in final consumption, as it is that the gas supply is not so much developed till now in Greece. So we have some further possibilities before passing to the next level of decarbonization, which will be probably hydrogen or other more sophisticated sources. Regarding energy security, the objective is firstly to increase the diversification of energy sources and suppliers from third countries, then to ameliorate the interconnectivity of the Greek network system with third countries, to design new interconnections with third countries, as well as with the Greek islands that at present have an autonomous energy system. The challenges are high due to the fact that primarily most of our islands are not yet interconnected with continental Greece. Then, because of the geography of our country, we have a long line of physical borders with non-EU member states and the geopolitical status quo of the Aegean Sea and the Eastern Mediterranean Sea. The strengthening of the energy community would certainly be constructive for the evolution of these issues. Energy security and the internal energy market are actually complementary and intertwined. In that regard, we mention the recent creation of the Greek energy exchange market, whose functioning will deepen with the increase of the interconnectivity of the Greek network system, such as is recently made with the completion of the Trans-Adriatic pipeline, relying the gas market of Greece with that of Italy and further. All the above are foreseen to be materialized with the aid of the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, which constitutes basically the economic tool of the National Energy and Climate Plan and is based on Regulation 2021/241. We can additionally mention that Greece is foreseen to be delignitified by 2028, and that the major sites of PPC SA, which is the major energy production company of our country, would be closed by 2023. This fact raises certainly issues for the just transition of the concerned areas, which are not one in our territory, and they are situated in different parts of Greece, like we see here in northern Greece and in Peloponnese. And for these reasons, and not only for that, I'm sure that we will have a very interesting, for not saying intriguing, decade, and not only for the consequences of the pandemic disaster we are living in nowadays. And I'm sure that we will be invited under the guise of EFELA to organize conferences in which we will discuss all these legal issues that will arise from the implementation of the measures that will be taken for the EU Green Deal. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. That was an exceptionally clear and thorough overview, and ending indeed on the important note of the challenges to the just transition in a country such as Greece. I'm sure these are challenges that we're facing in virtually every country, albeit in different levels of intensity. Excuse me, I can't quite get my video on at the moment. I will continue wrestling with that. I'd like now to turn to Konstantinos for his presentation on Cyprus.
Hello, good evening, everybody. I had the problem with my computer, so I believe that you told that it's my turn now.
Yes,
yes, okay,
correct.
I hope that you can see me and hear me well.
Yes.
Thank you for the invitation to this conference and the participation in this very interesting conference. My presentation will be the Green Deal, the EU Green Deal, and also the situation in Cyprus. The structure of my presentation is in three parts. First of all, a question if the climate change is a question business as usual, or it's specific matter that needs specific actions. Second, the short presentation of EU Green Deal and the third part will be the situation in Cyprus. So, as all we know, the decade 2020-2030 will be critical for the climate action. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change calls for a 45% of global carbon emissions, a cut of 45% of global carbon emissions until 2030, so we can attain the 2015 Paris Agreement targets for 1.5 Celsius degrees, or at most 2 Celsius degrees temperature above pre-industrial levels by the end of this century. The science warned that the planet's ice sheets could collapse. That will be the reason for flooding hundreds of coastal cities. Also, parts of the equatorial regions will be inhabitable, with summer heat waves killing thousands of people, even in the northern latitudes. So, that shows us that the climate change it is not something as business as usual, as we said. In this effort to address the climate emergency, high-income countries must set the example by making the biggest effort. This effort cannot be based on appeals to individual responsibility or technical solutions only. It is not sufficient anymore. This is clear. It would be misleading to think that change in course, it's only a matter of personal choice and behavior. Individuals are powerless when faced with, for example, the lack of access to renewable energy or public transport infrastructure, or a fiscal system subsidizing fossil fuels or car purchases. Equally misleading is the idea that the climate change is essentially a technical problem and needs only technical solutions. Climate change is first of all a political problem because it touches upon question of justice. The most vulnerable people on the planet who least contribute to the carbon emission are hitting the hardest. So considering the political nature of climate changes is a first step towards seriously addressing the challenge ahead. The second important step is evaluating its global dimension in Europe's responsibility. Europe covers the 3% of world's landmass, and the Europeans represent the 7% of the world population. But the carbon dioxide generated on European soil is the 10% of global carbon emissions, not considering the EU's outsourced emissions, like the import of textiles, the import of agricultural products, the import of oil, the import of metal, of chemicals, etc. So we have to say also that many of EU's international partners are largely dependent on natural resource rents defined by the World Bank as the sum of revenues from oil, natural gas, coal, mineral, and forest. So long the exploitation of natural resources remains at the heart of the global economic system, autocratic regimes and interest groups will continue to profit from this system. For example, in Saudi Arabia and in Iran, oil revenues represents the 60 and 30% respectively of the state budgets. Without these revenues, the two regimes cannot have consolidated the power at their countries. They cannot wage proxy wars or support friendly governments in the region. So an economic model based on endless material consumption is not only affecting power structures in Europe partners countries, but also in Europe itself. What is the European Green Deal? We know very well, and we have the opportunity to see it during the morning presentation. A few words. As you know, in December 2019, the European Commission proposed the European Green Deal, the EGD, with the goal of transforming the EU's economy for the sustainable future. The EGD aims to reduce carbon emission at least 50% by 2030 and reach carbon neutrality by 2050. It proposes a clean energy transition, a new circular economy action plan, a shift to sustainable and smart mobility, leadership on environmental issues such as single-use plastic, and among other measures, a sustainable Europe investment fund. To achieve this goal, the EGD should clearly break from the classic approach as business as usual, as we said, and set targets to reduce the carbon footprint of the EU's economy, starting from those sectors that alone contribute to almost 3/4 of global carbon emissions. That means energy, 34%, industry, 22%, transport, 14%. To this end, the EGD should go beyond the simple target of reducing carbon emission, but also aim to reduce absolute energy consumption and achieve a full transition to renewable energy, reduce material consumption, reduce waste per person, and increase recycling. Decouple the notion of mobility and car ownership, and providing transport opportunities through common and public options, while stabilizing or reducing the number of vehicles in circulation. An important test for EGD is precisely to extent to which it can pursue its objective in a socially fair manner. A key premise for EGD is that climate action is not an assault to the well-being. Climate breakdown threatens to destroy the very foundation of human living conditions on the planet. So failing to act is a real threat to the human survival, let alone the well-being. At the same time, the climate action can become an opportunity to create new jobs, from high-skilled jobs in research or low-skilled jobs in construction or transport, for example. So what happens in Cyprus? Cyprus is an island and it is isolated in terms of energy and in time being stays out of the network of interconnections. Up to now, the production of energy in the island is based mainly on the units of production of the public enterprise of electricity, which operate by using oil as the main material of such production. The accident in a military camp 8 years ago, next to the one of the biggest units of production of electric energy, caused a blackout in the island with a duration of several days. The last year, renewable energy resources, as solar panels or wind turbines, have been built. However, their contribution to the production of electric energy remains at relevant low levels. Cyprus gets the benefits mainly from the solar panels due to its geographic placement and the extended sunshine all year long. There are motivations given to private consumers and firms for the installation of solar panels, mainly in the buildings of firms and industries, which will contribute to their energy autonomy. However, Cyprus, due to its geographic placement, is not benefited as regards the winds for the use of wind generations. There exist, but not a lot of them for the production of energy in a large scale. The existing mix of production of electric energy relies significantly on fossil fuels. As regards the use of natural gas, in Vasiliko, a station of storage of LNG is under construction for the storage of LNG, which will be transported by ships to the island. It's the equivalent as the Revithousa storage station in Greece next to Athens. Natural gas company in Cyprus has initiated a public procurement for the establishment of a network for the natural gas distribution, but it is in the beginning. As it is well known, in the open sea in the south of the island, there have been discovered natural gas fields which are connected to the natural gas field of Israel and the respective field of Egypt, the well-known Zohr. These fields are in the initial phase of mining and will be not in full productive operation before the end of the current decade. So to change the existing mix of energy production, we have to wait for the end of this decade. But this development, which is a positive development for the reduction of the dependence of oil, will provoke another problem. When the fields will be fully operational, the other member states of the EU will turn from 2030 to the use of hydrogen. There is also a project which is started for the interconnection between Israel, Cyprus, and Crete, the island of Crete in Greece, with the cable for the transport of electricity to reduce the dependence of the islands from the oil. Concerning the means of transportation, in principle, for the motor vehicles, the main fuel remains gasoline and diesel. They are hybrid vehicles, but not so many yet, and there is no vehicles operating by using LNG or CNG, because no such vehicles are important and there is no network for the distribution of these two fuels, LNG or CNG. Recently, there is an attempt to promote electric vehicles. The public enterprise for electricity has created a pilot program with charging stations in the capital of the Cyprus, Nicosia. There is no metro or tram using electricity, and there is no electric buses. So the public transport are the buses using diesel. Concerning the heating, there is two systems. Either the central heating with oil as a fuel during the winter, or air conditions using electricity during winter and summer. But as I said, the electric power is produced by a mix mainly based on fossil fuels. Very recently, there is a legislation was set to provide for the mandatory existence of thermal isolations in the buildings for the restriction of the loss of heating and the lower energy consumption. Concerning, finally, concerning the programs for recovery fund, the 40% of the demands, it's about €500 million, are for projects concerning the Green Deal. So these are a few words for a short presentation concerning Cyprus. Thank you for your attention, and we'll be at your disposition for further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. And also, I think it was fascinating to learn the challenges of an island, which are always different from the mainland countries, and one that is expecting to benefit from new gas supplies by the time everyone else, as you mentioned, is turning to hydrogen. So that's a particularly interesting challenge, I think.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yes, I'm sure we'll come back to discuss some of these points. I'd like to now turn a little bit north to Branislava, who will tell us the challenges faced by Serbia. Thank you, Branislava.
Thank you, Lei. I would like to share the screen with you. Just a second. Can you see it?
Not yet. Not yet.
No?
Not yet.
It is showing to me that it is sharing. Just I'm starting it again. Is it working? No, what's the global? Okay, I'm going to do this again. Share.
Are you in the PowerPoint present?
Yes, can you see it now?
Yes, yes, thank you very much. Yes, great.
I tried to make it, okay, I think that it is on my screen is okay. Okay.
Yes, full screen.
Thank you very much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear Lei, dear Marinella and Vicente, all participants, members and colleagues of EFELA and UPES, I am glad to have opportunity to speak today at this round table. Thank you, Vicente and Marinella, for invitation and for efforts to organize this very important and this interesting conference. I'm going to speak, as you can see, about green agenda for the Western Balkans. As we heard a lot about Green Deal in European Union, the Commission prepared the reflection paper for gravity countries on Western Balkan with the idea to greening Western Balkan. How does it look like? The energy market is to be governed by the contract between those who are selling energy and those who are buying energy. These contracts need to be made to ensure sustainable, reliable, and secure energy supply and meaningful energy use. It is about these contracts to protect the global public goods such as our climate and the clean air, water, ground. This fundamental governing mechanism failed in this duty. This failure is particularly observable in the Balkans, where emissions to the air and climate impact way beyond European standards compared with economic outcomes. Therefore, Balkans need assistance, and the Europe needs Balkans with its massive renewable energy potential as responsible participants within European energy market. European Union promotes the grid agenda for the Western Balkans. It comprises billions of euros in direct aid, Western Balkan Guarantee Facility, and Western Balkans Enterprise Development and Innovation Facility, aiming to attract investments into 10 flagships investment initiative. The first 3 flagships takes about new roads and railways. These railways aim to facilitate trade in goods and may affect the energy market. Flagship 4 is about renewable energy, giving only a hint about eventual projects and indication that projects will be selected in line with national preferences. Flagship 5 is about transition from coal, but it only offers investment into additional gas infrastructure. Flagship 6 is about renovation of the buildings, even that the buildings in Balkans are in line with European standards. Flagship 7 is about much needed wastewater management, while Flagship 8 is about digital infrastructure. Flagship 9 is about the support to the private sector, and Flagship 10 is about the youth. It is not clear how eventual support to the private sector may yield to private investment into renewable energy and eventual transition from coal. And however, eventual implementation of the green agenda for the Western Balkans is not going to happen in the vacuum. It is the context which is going to determine the actual outcomes of this initiative. In the year 2020, the Western Balkans leaders signed the Sofia Declaration, declaring once again a will to implement a number of obligations and international compacts. They represent the governments with massive contractual arrangements within Chinese Road and Belt Initiative. Some of them already heavily in debt. Also, there is a strong market power of the Russian investors across the region. We are looking forward these governments to dramatically increase ambition of their commitments within Paris Agreement by November 2025, 5 months from now, and despite significant shortcoming in the implementation of the Energy Community Treaty. These are our players. The role of commercial investors remains negligible. Government-owned companies in energy sector that are expected to develop a sound commercial corporate policies only focus to invest with sovereign guarantees or within government-to-government agreement. It is uncertainty that governs this market, and it is a call for the energy law to reduce uncertainty. The energy law is needed to promote the public goods, including the global public goods such as climate and sustainability. It is the energy law to facilitate commercial investment. Thank you for be present, and I'm ready for answering your question.
Thank you very much indeed, Branislava. Again, very, very good presentation, setting out clearly the challenges, different again, and interesting, of course, the China Belt and Road factor, especially in your area. Let me now move on to Ireland and invite Julie Hannon to give us her perspective on the challenges facing, well, another island. So we have a good geographical spread here.
That's it.
Thanks. Please.
Thank you, Lee. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. If you don't mind, I have a couple of slides that will help guide the discussion, so I'll just share them as well. That's okay. Share the screen. Is that clear for everyone? So you can see my slides? Okay, great. Okay, so Lee, today, hello everyone. First of all, I hope you're enjoying this webinar, and congratulations to EFELA and Marinella and her team in particular for bringing together today's webinar. I wanted to take an approach to the challenges that the Irish electricity sector in particular faces in reaching the Green Deal challenges. The perspective I wanted to take was how exactly, well, I'm not going to have the silver bullet today, but how exactly are we going to achieve an increase in renewables while at the same time ensuring we have security of supply and simultaneously doing so in as affordable manner as possible for consumers and businesses. This is a point recognised in the European Green Deal communication. Securing electricity supply is effectively going to require law, policy and regulation on an EU and a national level to be effectively implemented. The Green Deal rightly recognises that it's not only the Fit for 55 legislation that will be relevant to implementing the Green Deal, but existing laws and policies need to be fully implemented as well to achieve the 2030 targets. I want to discuss 4 different issues. The first one is here on this slide. So in Ireland, and I imagine other member states are probably grappling with the issue as well, there's a huge cost to pay renewables not to generate. And this is a big issue at the moment that the Irish regulators are grappling with. So effectively, under Article 12 of the Clean Energy Package regulation on electricity markets, Article 12 requires that new renewables, effectively from July 2019, must be integrated in the market on a level playing field with non-renewables. The concept of priority dispatch is actually going to be removed for them as well. So their dispatch will no longer have priority over all other units in the market from July 2019. That's for new units. Article 13 then of the regulation on the internal electricity market under the Clean Energy Package again requires that whenever redispatch, so the reducing down basically of the megawatt output of a renewable unit, whenever redispatch is required, that it must be done ideally on a market basis. But if there's no way of doing it on a market basis, then a non-market based approach can be taken. The important point here is that under Article 13.7, that if a non-market based approach to redispatch is taken, it must be financially compensated. So the renewable unit must be compensated, sometimes up to the level of the day ahead market price. The Irish regulator is taking the approach that regardless of your priority dispatch status, all renewables that need to be turned down when there's too much renewables than the electricity grid can handle, all of those will be turned down or basically told not to generate and paid not to generate when curtailment is required effectively. And initial estimates of this cost to redispatch all renewables on a non-market basis is 700 million. My argument would be, and this is a personal perspective, would be that the renewable regulation under Article 12 requires that all renewables must be integrated on a level playing field. So renewables today aren't submitting prices, but they will be in the very near future. And prices will effectively provide a market basis on turning down renewables. Therefore, if that approach with interpretation is taken, there's a major cost saving there for the consumer. The next option or issue I'd like to discuss is subsidy free renewables and I guess the lack of them in the Irish market. So as I understand it, majority of EU member states have renewable subsidies to encourage renewable development, which has been really successful in Ireland at rolling out renewables. Renewables are meeting over 40% of electricity demand today already. The renewable subsidy scheme in Ireland changed to an auction-based approach 2 years ago in 2019. The auction-based approach has basically decided, or the impact or the intention is that the renewable megawatt will effectively increase or double by 2030 in terms of the renewable volumes we need, and this will increase the cost to the consumer it'll cost the consumer 800 million a year by 2030. So this is kind of a driver for considering, is there another way we can reduce the cost to the consumer? And one way of doing so is to increase the attractiveness of subsidy-free renewables. So for example, corporate renewable PPAs. The Irish government has recognised the benefit of this as well and has a target to meet 15% of demand by 2030 from subsidy-free renewables, PPAs with corporates. One of the ways you could make subsidy-free renewables more attractive so that corporates might buy into a PPA is to offer a guarantee of origin to solely subsidy-free renewables, because that way you could guarantee to a corporate that the renewable energy they're contracting with would not have been developed if it was not for their corporate PPA. Where there are concerns coming out of possibly Europe is under the 50/55 package, they're revising the Renewable Energy Directive. My understanding is there may be an obligation coming out of that member states will be obliged, as opposed to having discretion over giving guarantees of origin to all types of renewables, including subsidised renewables, which will not help with my level playing field argument. In terms of the state aid guidelines consultation that was discussed earlier in an earlier session, under section 411 of that, there's a provision there that member states may be allowed to reduce levies for large consumers for subsidising renewable supports. This not only will not help make corporate PPA, this could help make corporate PPAs more attractive, but then there is a clash there with minimising the cost for all consumers, and is effectively an inequitable way of making subsidy-free renewables attractive. There are policy levers that could be taken, which I would have a preference for. As referenced there, Baringa, the European consultant, has a report out on potential policy measures that could be taken to increase subsidy-free renewables take-up. So I would suggest that they would be a more attractive route to take in order to minimise the cost of renewables for consumers going forward. The next next issue I would like to discuss, and I only have 2 more issues, including this one. So this issue is about the lights must also stay on. So in the previous 2 slides, I've discussed how renewable investment must necessarily occur if we're going to meet our 2030 decarbonisation targets. In Ireland, the Irish government has a target of meeting 70% of its electricity demand from renewables by 2030. It's worth noting, though, that in Ireland today, over 40% of our electricity demand is met by natural gas as well. In 2020, an Irish report determines that the system in Ireland in 2030 needs to have more or less the same level of gas capacity today, 5.2 gigawatts, if the lights are going to stay on, and also to provide the likes of system services, etc. So there is a conflict, I guess, or a challenge between investing in gas capacity, but also avoiding lock-in to gas capacity, because we need to bear in mind that also a lot of corporates would have net zero targets, therefore don't want to lock into natural gas capacity either in long term. The question is, how do we achieve the balance in investing in gas capacity and minimising lock-in while keeping costs down for consumers? Some ways include capacity auctions. Ireland has state aid approval for capacity auctions. Unfortunately, even now, prices aren't high enough to attract the short-term return on finance we need to avoid lock-in to gas capacity. And we're already facing a security of supply situation this winter in Ireland. We're 200 megawatts short. The CCS programme on an EU level, however, is very promising. The Innovation Fund is 10 billion. It covers CCS CapEx. Hydrogen is another potential route to facilitating the transition, at least, and long term I see it as well in terms of the use of CCGTs and OCGTs in the market. So hydrogen, for example, will probably have a bigger role to play in decarbonising OCGTs, so the units used to meet peak demand. It's if the Renewable Directive revision next week includes low carbon hydrogen in its definition, there may be scope there for hydrogen support, and therefore it may help the security supply situation in Ireland in the longer term. I say the longer term because in Ireland, as I've outlined, hopefully we have a security of supply situation. We need investment really soon in synchronous dispatchable generation, CCGTs, OCGTs. We don't want to lock into natural gas, but at the same time, the CCS and hydrogen strategy and policy is not clear from the Irish government, and it's not expected until the end of next year. So in order to bring forward the investment we need to have that policy effectively as soon as possible. The last point I'd like to make is around affordability of the decarbonisation transition must also apply from the ground up. What I mean by that is that the electricity grid and network is really critical. Bear in mind, as you mentioned, Lee, we're effectively an island now because since Brexit, we're not connected to Europe. We're not going to be connected to Europe again until 2026, when the Celtic interconnector to France will come in. Until then, we must make sure that we connect a generation and demand in areas of the grid that can actually accommodate it, because at the moment, the Irish grid is heavily congested. The Irish transmission system operator, it's a monopoly, it's EirGrid, they have estimated that if the current approach to connecting all types of generation, be it gas or renewables, is continued, it's going to cost around 2 billion. So that's a massive cost on top of the cost of supporting renewables and paying for the generation of renewables to stop effectively. So there are ways of mitigating this, by example, taking account of where the grid can cater for demand and where the grid can cater for generation. For example, if there's more generation in an area, then demand should be cheaper to connect in that area, and vice versa. If there's more demand in an area, generation should be cheaper to connect in that area. There are ways and means of doing this, but we think it's really important that these are forthcoming in the early stages of investment so that investors have signals of where they're about to get the most value for the project once they invest. That should keep costs down for consumers, not only the cost of grid development, but also the cost of paying for paying electricity units effectively not to generate due to grid congestion. I hope I've given you some food for thought there, and I'll hand back to you, Lee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Definitely a lot of food for thought. It's always interesting to see people using more and more green in the presentations as well. We had a presentation from the European Commission last week on the new state aid guidelines, and that was also in green. So I think this enhances our optimism. But you have presented, thank you very much, very clearly, the many inconsistencies, I think is probably the good word, between between the various initiatives and how they will impact at national level. And that only, I think, exaggerates challenges rather than minimizes them. But these are, again, subjects to come back to. We still have 2 presentations to look forward to. So let me quickly turn to Portugal, to Yvonne. And I would like her to share her analysis of what's going on in Portugal, and what are the big challenges and how will they be dealt with. Thank you, Yvonne.
Thank you. Thank you, Leigh. Thank you all for being here. I congratulate all the colleagues of EFELA for this conference, with a special word to Vicente, our president, for his dedication and example, and also for Marinella for the time and the organization of everything. Without them, we certainly not be here. So my presentation will be about not all the European Green Deal, but about one of its legal supports, which is the climate law. As we all know, the Council of the European Union has approved last week the first European climate law. Last December, in agreement with the European commitment to increase its climate ambition in line with the Paris Agreement, and also as an important part of the European Green Deal, the European Green Deal's leaders approved binding European climate target for a net domestic reduction at least of 55% in greenhouse gas emissions for 2030. And this binding target is considerably more ambitious than the previous one, which was for 40%. A provisional agreement on the European climate law had been reached during the Portuguese presidency of the Council, and the European Parliament last April, which aimed to set into law the 2030 emissions reductions target. So now we have the European climate law adopted both by the European Council and the European Parliament, taking in consideration the words of the President of the Commission, the European climate law aims to be the law of the laws in order to make Europe the first carbon neutral continent. And this is very important because when we're talking about the law of the laws, we should take care about its implementation. So the European climate law may be viewed as a strategy of growth to transform the European Union into a modern, resource efficient and competitive economic. It's the law which defines a new economic model by giving us the obligation to protect the climate and to fight the climate change. It clearly sets a goal of reaching carbon neutrality by 2040, while also recognizing that it is necessary to put in place an enabling framework that benefits all member states and encompasses adequate instruments, incentives, support, and investment to ensure a cost-effective, just, as well as social balance and fair transition, taking into account different national circumstances in terms of starting points. So the law is clear and indicates the total volume of net gas emissions reductions that we should implement and to put in action. And take all this in consideration, it's easier to conclude that it will be very important for the implementation of this new law, the way that all the national legal systems do its adaptation. We are not so well as Luxembourg, which is the country who has got approved its climate law, but we have beginning our way in Portugal in order to have it. At an initial debate discussion held in the Portuguese Parliament to discuss the implementation of the Portuguese version of the climate law, it was decided that all the proposals submitted by the different political parties should be given to a special committee formed currently instructed with the mission of drawing up a proposal. This law, because this law poses a series of changes that need to be addressed. First of all, it is important to get a consensus that we were talking about this morning on the content and on the scope of this new law. It should prioritize strategy, common guidelines. a consensus on some fundamental elements regarding the organization and process of climate policy making needs to be attended, such climate objectives, and these are to be how this should be achieved, measures and planning, who to involve, public engagement and scientific advice, who does what, institutional arrangement, and how well policies and actions are performing, a process of monitoring. Secondly, it has also to be a simple structure and easy to understand by all stakeholders, with a long-term vision and legislative stability with what concerns in its contents and targets. Thus, it is vital that a good articulation with remaining existing laws is reached, such as the current environment and energy law and rights, in order to adequately avoid legislative incompatibilities and overlapping of competence. This law needs to be explicit about legal instrument in force on which it may have an impact in order to fully ensure that their content does not contradict or limit the objectives advocated by the new climate law. So concerning in Portugal law systems, we need to consider a new environmental right as a fundamental right and protection. That's why we need to take care of our law definition of environment. Portugal, and I suppose as other European countries, has got the environment as a fundamental right defined at Article 66 of our Constitution. It is an open definition which has got as elements that should be protected, like air, water, ecosystems, and ground. We clearly should have the climate with all legal consequences, law protection, courts protection. And this is very important as it has legal and direct consequence on the other rights, including the energy law and economic regulation. With it, the fight to climate change is no more a restricted question of policy or government, because it becomes a legal question with the power to oblige the policy, the economic, and the citizens, and so on. And of course, the main sector, the sector of energy. So we should be careful in order to draw a set of common design elements. We need to establish consensus. And as the European Commissioner for Energy said this morning, we need to intensify the coordination and the share of best practice to do the necessary balance, as Ignos talked about, between obligations and incentives. The truth is that in Portugal, we are closing all our coal plants. We are improving the renewable production. We are improving the electric consumption. We are developing the green gas and hydrogen market. Recently, we should notice that Portugal has been support 100% for renewable energy during 3 days. Yesterday, the government published a list of almost 80 new renewable projects, which will be developed in next years, more than 2 gigawatts of renewable productions. So in a summary way, I should say that we are doing in practice. We need to put in the legal systems the climate law. This is our way. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I think it's excellent that you've touched on a particular dimension of the Green Deal package, the climate law, which indeed has now just been adopted, and quite a lot of the response to that recent adoption in the legal press has been to emphasize, as you mentioned, that it will certainly create a lot of litigation, that NGOs, environmental based law firms and environmental lawyers are likely to try to go to the courts to enforce these targets. So this is a big shift, I think, and in the way we will see the enforcement of environmental and energy targets. We've already, of course, had very many important cases, most recently in France, on this very subject, and in the Netherlands here. These obligations are being enforced not just against government authorities, but also, of course, we have the recent ruling of the court in The Hague against Shell, which is causing, I think, a great deal of debate amongst legal circles as to what this means. Something we can maybe come back to in the discussion. We have one final presentation today, and that is going to take us to Switzerland and to Ilaria, who is an international energy lawyer in the University of, I'm just checking here, the Swiss Italian University, and is also a member of the Swiss Energy Law Association. So Ilaria.
Thanks a lot, Lee, and many congratulations from my side as well to EFELA and of course to Vicente, Marinella, to the whole team for this great event on a very topical issue. And thanks a lot for inviting me to take part in this roundtable. As Lee just told, I'm representing the newly constituted Swiss Energy Law Association as its Secretary General. And therefore, I will present the perspective of a non-EU member, which, however, has a lot of interest and a huge stake in the EU Green Deal. So we've had a very dense, productive day, and we heard it all about the breadth, the ambition of the EU Green Deal. So I won't delve into its complexity, of course. I will try and just be very brief in the interest of the discussion. My main point here is from the perspective of a non-EU member is that the complexity of the EU Green Deal makes it not only a tremendously powerful and transformative internal instrument, which has huge consequences for its member states and challenges, as we just heard, but also a critical foreign policy tool, which is going to have strong repercussions for neighboring countries such as Switzerland, across virtually any sector of the economy, and of course, obviously, in the energy sector. Why? Well, the answer is very simple. We heard it already. It's going to require a monumental shift that's going to basically determine the framework conditions for the European energy industries in the coming decades. And accordingly, it's also going to restructure the EU relationship with the energy partners, including Switzerland. So basically, as the result of the still ongoing but huge, as we heard, legislative developments that are linked to the implementation of the EU Green Deal, the regulatory gap between Switzerland and the EU will change and could dramatically affect cooperation opportunities in the energy sector. Now, against this backdrop, there are arguably a number of areas that Switzerland may need to prioritize, and this is in the interest of not being always on the reactive side, dealing with the challenges that the implementation of the EU Green Deal package may have on its domestic side, but also to proactively try and take advantages of the opportunities that the EU Green Deal may bring about for Switzerland. Now, in the interest of time, I will just single out three main areas and just give some highlight. First area is obviously for Switzerland now how to go with the future of bilateral cooperation in the electricity sector. We heard that electricity is central within the EU Green Deal for decarbonization. Electrification is now the mantra, and we know that Switzerland and the EU have been negotiating an electricity agreement for a number of years. whose destiny now seems quite loom due to the interruption of the negotiations on the framework agreement that the two parties announced just recently. Now, of course, the fate of the two agreements were linked. It was probably not the best negotiating strategy because this state of things brings actually a number of disadvantages on both sides, as well as a number of inconsistencies that are likely to be exacerbating in the near future. Now, to focus on the Swiss side, Switzerland, you probably know, is already facing a critical situation as a major electricity transit and exchange point. It's second only to Germany, but it's still not yet fully integrated into the EU electricity market because of this situation that I've just described. This is huge security of the grid implications and security of supply implications. On the first, just briefly, perhaps just in one example, for instance, under the so-called 70% clause in the electricity market regulation, interconnections must be open to a larger degrees for cross-border trade. So the trade capacity levels are to be incrementally raised under they reach 70%. This is, of course, going to mean more pressure on the grids for national member states of the EU, but it's also going to affect the use of the cross-border capacity to Switzerland and the electricity flows in the Swiss power grid. And until we have this bilateral cooperation solved, this, of course, is going to be one potential point of inconsistency. On the security of supply side, you probably know that within the context of the energy strategy 2050, Switzerland has committed to phase out nuclear. And this, of course, makes it quite vulnerable to the extent that its net electricity trading position is going to lean towards larger share of imports. So, of course, not being fully integrated into the EU electricity market brings further challenges in that respect. Another major point of inconsistency, it was just been mentioned by a previous speaker, is concerns the guarantees of origin. You know that under the amended directive, EU member states are only allowed to recognize guarantees of origin if there's an agreement on the mutual recognition of the guarantees of origin. And of course, there's no such agreement between Switzerland and the EU because it was subjected to the electricity agreement, and hence the EU, if things don't change, will cease to be an export market for Swiss guarantees of origin from the Swiss electricity industry. Now, the second main area, very briefly, is been mentioned already, is the EU emission trading scheme that within the EU Green Deal is going to be strengthened a lot, including new sector and being matched with the introduction of CBAMs. What are the implications for Switzerland? We know that the two systems have already been linked successfully, but at the same time in Switzerland, the emission trading scheme is not really a priority because it is really a very small system, covers only 10% of the emissions and about only 50 entities. The priority in Switzerland has always been on the CO2 tax. That was also going to be strengthened within the context of the revised CO2 Act, which, however, has been subject to a referendum, and the Swiss people rejected it very recently on the 13th of June. So does this mean that the Swiss approach will change also in line on the evolutions and the legislative developments within the context of the Fit for 55 packages? We still don't know that yet, but certainly, at least with regards to the implementation of unilateral measure, what is realistic to think is that not only the CBAM applied by the EU will not apply to Switzerland, obviously, but that realistically, Switzerland may also consider being part of a climate club within with the EU, whose member applies similar CBAMs, also in the context of a stronger alignment between the Swiss system and the EU system. The third area, very briefly, again, has been mentioned already, is hydrogen. We've heard that the EU is preparing a very ambitious hydrogen strategy, not only to meet its increased targets with respect to mitigation of emissions, but also to become a standard sector for the nascent hydrogen market. And of course, this will require huge investment, but it will also imply cooperation opportunities with neighboring countries such as Switzerland to work towards establishing this global hydrogen market. And in this respect, Switzerland is trying to be a first mover as well, partnering up with the EU. It has been playing already a proactive role within the Pentalateral Energy Forum, which includes the Netherlands, Austria, Belgium, Germany, France, and of course Switzerland. The idea is to set forth a clean hydrogen alliance aimed at designing a common vision for 100% renewable hydrogen so that it can contribute to decarbonizing the energy sector, but especially to set forth coordinated definitions and certification or labeling for renewable and decarbonized hydrogen, both with respect to its origin, to its sustainability, to enable cross-border hydrogen trade, to try and define harmonized levels for hydrogen blending and technical standards, along the lines of what was mentioned by the previous speaker in the morning, so that we will have interoperability between existing gas networks. So I think there's a lot of challenges for Switzerland as a country, which is of course going to be deeply affected by legislative developments brought forward within the overarching framework of the EU Green Deal. But we should also not forget that especially with respect to the state of the relations in this sector for Switzerland, there's also lots of opportunities. So I try to also be providing with a testimony from that bright side as well. Thank you so much for your attention. I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Ilaria, and thank you for ending on an optimistic note. I think that as the last panel and the newest member of the association and the last panel member. So we have a bit of extra time, I believe, from the organizers because the following speaker, unfortunately, is not available. So we can take a bit more time for discussion. I don't know if there's anybody from the audience who would immediately like to ask a question. Please feel free to use the chat function, raise your or raise a hand, and we'll try to take that on board. Perhaps then while we're waiting for some questions, of course, if any panel members have a question they would like to ask of another panel member, please use the opportunity to do so. I think while you're thinking of that, my first reflection on the presentations so far is the emphasis on the just transition and the impact on consumers. I noted a concern, I think, in most of the presentations that this might be, you could say, the Achilles heel of the whole exercise, that if we really want to get to the just transition, to secure that and to make sure that whatever it might mean, nobody gets left behind. There are immense challenges. And so I would like to ask each one of you if you think that in order to address that particular challenge, we will see some countries claim that they cannot exit fossil fuel or gas by the time they are expected to. So whether they think they will need more flexibility. So maybe starting with Luxembourg, with Julia, what would you think? Is that a plausible scenario?
It is plausible, yes. I don't think they will, because the Luxembourg targets are really high. So I hope we will reach this target. So I hope not, but yes, it's a possibility in case of we can reach this target. But I don't think that Luxembourg will do this.
Yeah. So you think that the targets are realizable? It's a small country, I suppose, a country that is perhaps.
It's a small country, but with a particularity with the cross-border worker, which are really high. Mm-hmm. We have 200,000 cross-border each day that they cross the border, and we need those cross-border workers, because without them, a lot of sector in Luxembourg will be blocked, like health sector, construction, commerce, finance. So a lot of sector. So maybe this could be the reason of non reach the target for Luxembourg. But we hope to reach also to reduce this fossil fuel for cross-border. Luxembourg already took a lot of measures, like free transport, like as I said, is encouraging car sharing, the CO2 tax. So I hope that we can reach our targets in time.
Thank you. Yeah, let's hope indeed. Okay, turning now to Cyprus. The just transition was a theme in your presentation, Konstantinos. Is that something you think also?
The problem of the island is that it is an isolated island. So starting for the main question is the decarbonization of the production. I mean, now essentially the production of electricity is based in the oil. So the essential thing is to have a diminution of the reduction of this dependence from fossil oil. So the gas will be using of natural gas will be activated at the end of this decade. And also the gas, as we know, is a transition fuel. I mean, the next step is renewable energy production and hydrogen. So there is some solutions, like the interconnection between Greece and Cyprus with a cable to give extra electricity power to the island. The Vasiliko LNG station for ship transportation of LNG. Always we are in the gas solution, and also using renewable energy, like solar panels or wind turbines. Concerning the solar panels, Cyprus is an island, so the surface is limited. So we can have not a lot of solar panels. I mean, Cyprus is not Egypt, is not Algeria with the desert. Where we can put, or Saudi Arabia, where we can put for solar panels for a lot of hectares. So I think this is a case study of an isolated country with no interconnection, or with difficult interconnection, concerning there is no pipelines passing from the island, as it's the Greece case, for example, or Italy. So I think that it will be a little bit difficult. And to be honest, I'm not sure if people in government can understand how difficult will be the solution to the problem.
Thank you. Yes, I think good reflections there. So let's see if that view is shared by the other island representative. I think it came out in your presentation, Julian, but maybe there's some aspects you might like to highlight. Do you think that derogations might be claimed?
A derogation. I must say that these are my personal views again today, but I'm probably a bit of an optimist. But I think our targets are doable. There is there's political weight behind them, and there's the investment appetite. But it's just the signals for investment in the right technology. When I say that, I mean renewables. There is a strong renewables support scheme there to subsidize renewables, but in parallel, as I mentioned, we need the backup. So at the moment it's going to be natural gas, and we need that to meet the 2030. But and I suppose the study I mentioned in my presentation shows that we need the same amount of natural gas that's installed today in 2030, but hopefully we can get to a place where that's abated. So it does help meet the decarbonisation ambitions. That's probably going to be the biggest challenge, is almost aligning investments in natural gas technologies of today in Ireland, so CCGTs and OCGTs, with the abatement avenues available to natural gas, so CCS in the main, and possibly hydrogen for peakers. On the just transition side, sorry, I should mention as well, coal. There is 900 megawatts of coal in Ireland, which is going to exit the market by 2024, 2025. So that's a big exit, but it is being replaced through these capacity auctions where mainly natural gas is coming through. And there is an exit as well in terms of peat in the Midlands. So turf, if you're familiar with it, is exiting the market as well, and that's where there's a lot of focus in terms of the just transition in Ireland and making sure the jobs and the revenue needed in those areas in the Midlands is replaced effectively.
Thank you. Yes, because of course, as you rightly say, there's the employment factor as well that we have to look at in guaranteeing the just transition and phasing out brown coal or lignite. That is a challenge in Greece. Is that one, Maria, that you think will be able to be accommodated within the targets, or you think again this might be a measure that will require some adjustment to those targets, some delay in meeting them?
I really don't know. Our government has an adamant position in that respect. We have seen today the answer of the commissioner saying that there will be possibilities coming from the Union, from the center of Europe, regarding any adjustments that will be necessary in case that we could not meet ambitious targets. And this is a very large one that we make nowadays in Greece, because if we want to speak frankly, our production is, we only have one kind production, energy production in Greece, and that's relying on lignitis, on brown coal. And shutting down all these plants in a very short time frame before the end of this decade, it's very highly ambitious. This coincide somehow with the planning of the realization, the completion of one interconnection we have in north with Bulgaria. I don't know whether that resolves the problem, And the other thing regarding the renewables, we know the large difficulties we face in Greece for making that realistic, because many regions are influenced by ideas that were circulating before, and they are very much reluctant. And then nowadays with the offshore plants, which is the new idea for creating areas of renewables, that will also face problems regarding the status quo in the Aegean Sea. And all that makes a very difficult environment for being sure now in the beginning of this century, of this decade, that before the end of this decade, we will meet our target.
Thank you. Yes, indeed, a lot of challenges. I didn't realize just how much you were still dependent on lignite, but it's...
Excuse me, if I can just add something. Well, I forget, and I think that we will forget during the discussion, the project of the East Med. I mean, the interconnection from East Mediterranean, Cyprus, Israel, Egypt, via Greece and Italy to the rest of the Europe, with an undersea pipeline, gas pipeline. So it will be a great project, but I don't think that it will be ready before the beginning of the next decade. So the problem is that after the next decade, we will pass to the hydrogen era. And I don't know how we can conciliate the two projects. I mean, hydrogen and also the construction of the gas pipeline from Eastern Mediterranean to the Central Europe.
So you don't think that blending will be possible?
Sorry?
You will not be able to resolve that problem with blending the products that go through the pipeline?
Yeah. The idea is to use materials that will permit us to use the pipeline for gas and also hydrogen. So it will be a very good idea. Yeah,
that might then indeed deal with that problem.
We have seen today, excuse me that I interrupt you, from the our colleague who was telling us, who was analyzing us, that there is, in that respect, there are many difficulties because there is no harmonization regarding the pipelines that may be blending the different materials, sophisticated sources.
And also, as one of the colleagues also raised the issue of guarantees of origin, I think that was Julianne, in fact, who mentioned how important it will be to have a good system of guarantees of origin in place for corporates, I suppose, buying not just renewable electricity in the future, but also hydrogen. Will it really be green? That will be an important development. Of course, the gas package, we won't see that until the end of the year. Surely in another event from the association can deal with that. Hope there's lots of material coming through, I think, for many more conferences of this high level that we're seeing today. Let's just continue now with this issue of how realistic the targets are, and if we might have to defer, derogate. So in Serbia, what do we think there?
Thank you, Lei. What to say, not only for Serbia, but for all Western Balkan countries. Balkans is well endowed with the renewable energy resources. This is no problem to convert to renewable energy much quicker than the EU expects. It is going to be huge benefit, as any of these are more efficient than poor quality lignite, as you know. And in my view, critical problem is the rule of law to enable investments and reduce uncertainty, as I try to show in my presentation. There is a role for all of us to help these investments to be in place. And in Balkans, this is not about just transition from the eventual losers in fossil fuel industry. It is about the public and customers who need more sustainable, efficient, cleaner, and affordable energy supply. That is, in short, view on all of these issues which we discussed here in reflection for Western Balkans.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think that's a good point. The legal certainty, of course, is very much on the agenda, and that too, I think, will be maybe a scarce commodity with all these change from all these different directions. Turning then to Portugal, Ivana, would you like to reflect on this issue? Are you confident that the targets can be met?
Yes, I remember that one of the main questions around the Kyoto Protocol was the decarbonization of the production and no, the decarbonization of the consumption. And this changed with the Paris Agreement because the targets were applied all over the world. And now the European answer has been done by the construction of a new legal framework. Climate law is an example, but by the introduction of the prosumer player. We should notice that we have a cooperation between large-scale production with small production, and this helps the industry to do the change. We have the energy communities, energy for industrial and for private small consumers, and this is a way of integrated consumers. And I should say that European unions, I should say that they should put in practice 3 C's actions. The C of cooperation in order to have financial support and cooperation mechanisms between the countries in order to do the compensation between one country with more solar exposure instead than others. Coordination, because we need to create a real European energy market. We have not yet constructed in a real terms. And also the connections that we have been talking about, because we need physical connections in order to circulate the energy and the green gas that we will produce, mainly the hydrogen. So if you take care of the prosumer role by promoting the centralized productions, and if we put in practice all the 3 C's, we are involved the consumers, industry and transports, we get the targets that we have planning. And from an Europe point of view, I think that they could be real.
Okay, thank you. So emphasizing then the role of the internal market. Sometimes we forget how important that is. I think the director of Acer lamented that not very long ago, that in all this rush to change things, we shouldn't lose sight of what we're supposed to be achieving, and how important that is for sharing the burden, I think, as well as sharing the benefits. So finally, moving to Switzerland. I suppose Switzerland is not a country that outsiders would associate with fuel poverty, but do you think that you see risks to certain groups if there is not adequate attention given to the just transition and the mantra of nobody left behind?
Thank you so much for the question. I think Switzerland's case is quite interesting, especially in the aftermath of the rejection of the new CO2 Law Act I was referring to in my previous presentation, because I mean, there were major discontents among the losers segments of the population out of the increasing, not only the CO2 levy, but also the loser segments out of the fact that the Switzerland CO2 Law Act had put in place a very sophisticated system of setting obligations for motor fuel importers. Because obviously, you know, in Switzerland, we do not have fossil fuel production, but we do import fossil fuels mainly for transport and heating purposes. And under these offsetting obligations, motor fuel importers could increase fuel price at the pump by 12 cents. And this was not very much liked by the population. And of course, we have a direct democracy in Switzerland, and the CO2 Law Act was rejected. And indeed, Switzerland's government authorities the next day said, we are going to have troubles meeting the Paris Agreement goals. We need to go and have, you know, an informed debate on what we're going to do. Certainly, Switzerland is among the pioneering country making use of the cooperative approaches under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. I think Switzerland wants to increase that. It has signed already 3 deals. I think it's a unicum in the international landscape. But obviously, there's something in the design of the CO2 Law Act that was clearly objected, especially from the countryside cantons. So what you're thinking is actually trying and think of differentiated CO2 tax schemes whereby we could take into account of just transition purposes. I mean, of course, it's a bit odd because we know that Switzerland is such a rich country. So of course, I mean, the debate has a different connotation with respect to other countries, obviously. But just to mention that there's strong discontent and strong opposition due to the redistributive effects of this increased carbon pricing mechanisms. And in this vein, I should also mention that in the revised CO2 Law Act, there was also some compensatory mechanism already envisaged within the act that was not considered sufficient. So certainly the allocation of the funds that we get through this type of mechanism is gonna be critical as we redesign the overall framework for 2022 onwards.
Okay, thank you. So it was a sort of yellow vest problem you had in a way, not dissimilar to one of your neighboring countries. Thank you. Now there is somebody in the audience who says she would like to ask a question, but she was looking for a contact to ask that question. So I don't know, Alessia, if you want to send your question to one of us, if you want to address it in Italian, maybe Marinella, or if you want to try typing it in English, we can try. I can put it to the panel myself, but I'm not sure if you're still keen to do so. I think as it's now getting quite late in the afternoon, and we should move on to the closing session and to the conclusions to be presented to today's proceedings, that unless I hear from Alessia, I still don't see anything happening in the chat, that I will wind the session up. I'd like to thank all the panelists for their excellent presentations. A lot of work has been put into preparing this. It's not always easy to condense so much information, so much knowledge, and so much expertise into 10 minutes. But you all did that. And I think you really clearly conveyed the challenges facing your countries, and presented also initiatives that could help deal with those challenges. So I think we accomplished our task today with flying colors. I think we should award ourselves the top mark. And I'd like again to thank you all. I'd like to thank the organizers who have made this day such a success. And I hope that we'll be present at other occasions in the future. So I turn the screen back, I presume, to Marinella, who will take us into the next session. Thank you very much indeed, and enjoy the final event today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. So, Marinella, are you?
Thank you. I can speak, but I cannot turn off the screen. So I think that now is the floor of Jorge Vasconcelos, our honorary president, and then our president Vicente López Cibor Mayor. Okay.
Well, good afternoon to everybody, and congratulations to you, Marinella, and thanks to Vicente and to all the presenters and moderators today. I think it has been really an excellent webinar, and we have all enjoyed it and learned a lot. I will be very brief because everybody was so clear that it's not necessary really to make a big summary. What are the major points from my perspective today? Well, starting with this morning's presentation by Commissioner Simson, I believe the major point here is not new, but it's important, is the fact that the European Commission sees energy law and legislation as the major way to bring forward not only the internal market, the internal energy market, but also the integrated energy and climate policies of the Union. And quoting Gershwin's Porgy and Bess, I would say it ain't necessarily so. I mean, this is a political option. There are other ways of moving forward the process of integrating and liberalizing the markets and combining them with policy goals regarding decarbonization in particular. So we have this clear will to proceed mainly through legislation, and there are three different types of legislative pipelines, so to say. The first one is the review of existing specific legislation like ETS or renewables or efficiency. So documents, directives, regulations that already exist and need to be updated, brought in line with the more ambitious policy goals. The second pipeline contains new pieces of legislation that address new areas, like, for instance, hydrogen, which were not in the previous acquis in the energy field. And finally, the third area for legislative intervention is a review of existing general purpose legal instruments, and state aid was mentioned several times as one example where the Union needs to reflect about possible changes or different ways of interpreting the application of those general purpose legal tools to the energy sector under the energy transition. Of course, the legislative approach is the main one, but it is not exclusive. The Commissioner also mentioned the importance of both public and private investment and making sure that those investments are aligned with the policy goals. And some other keywords were already mentioned and in fact quoted a few minutes ago by Ivan, like coordination and diffusion of best practices, empowerment of citizens. So there are some other elements that seem to be relevant in shaping the next decade until 2030. After this introduction by the Commissioner, we had a very nice presentation Minister Karekas, and because Lee was mentioning before the importance of the internal market and not forgetting what has been achieved. And what we heard this morning clearly illustrates this. Not so long ago, Greece, mainland Greece, was isolated from European electricity and gas grids. And nowadays, not only is mainland Greece integrated physically and commercially with the electricity and gas market, but as the minister said, Greece has the ambition to become one hub, international hub for those products, and benefiting from the transformation that the new policies are bringing everywhere. So I think this is a way also of thinking about how transformations can happen and how to look at it not only from the side of the negative impacts that are inevitable and need a proper answer. It was also mentioned that the highly polluting lignite power plants will be phasing out until 2030. And those social and economic problems, of course, have also to be addressed and are being addressed. So I think it was very nice to see a concrete example about the benefits that European integration can bring and how this physical, commercial, institutional integration is also somehow a kind of precondition to move forward and to get more benefits from what is ahead of us towards 2030. Now, coming back now to the approach to 2030 and the message from the Commissioner and from the Commission those days, we had in the morning a session that clearly pointed out some risks and some difficulties in this process, which are basically related, I would say, to the complexity of the approach and the way it is being organized and implemented with so many different pieces of legislation, which are very frequently updated, trying to ensure consistency between the different pieces, but this is not always the case. And we had in the morning examples about how the renewable directive in the case of Inigo, or the efficiency directive in the case of Kadri, how many problems those documents represent nowadays in face of this enlarging, increasingly enlarged legal amount of legal documents, directives, and regulations. And some inconsistencies were indeed pointed out. On top of that, we have what I see as an emerging new legal compact. I would call it the Carbon Law Compact, which is gaining a life of itself and is undoubtedly interacting very strongly with the Energy Law Compact. I don't know how the two will evolve towards 2030, but I think we are very far today from the very simple, linear idea of ETS delivering a carbon price that would be internalized by electricity and gas markets, and that was it. I think that the reality that we have nowadays is already much more complex than that, and much more challenging than that. And the laws that have been recently approved at European and national level add a new layer of difficulty and complexity. And as Lee was also mentioning, we have already seen recently many cases where carbon or climate laws have been used to reach some results, practical results in energy-related areas. And it might well be that we will see an increasing number of cases. Our good friend Konstantinos mentioned this morning that the ECG has handled about 100 cases related to energy until now. I am afraid that the next decade will see an acceleration of those cases. Well, that was basically what we did in the morning, addressing those challenges resulting from the increasing complexity of our legal framework in the energy and climate area. In the afternoon, we had the opportunity to listen about how this European framework is being implemented in different European countries, both EU member states and non-EU member states. And clearly also some challenges were pointed out, and I think that Julian's presentation on the Irish case illuminated very clearly some problems that sometimes a very ideological approach embedded in the EU energy legislation poses to many countries in the Union. The fact that sometimes models that were conceived, designed, and maybe implemented in some areas, in some countries with certain characteristics of size and other characteristics should not be directly transposed to other geographies. And this is something that also deserves to be further addressed if we want those new updated legislative pieces that will be announced next week to be efficient and to be cost effective. So I believe that we had a very long day with a lot of interesting ideas and criteria for assessing what's coming next week. And probably the points that we could collect today will help us in analyzing the coming new energy and climate package, and maybe also to contribute with some suggestions in this phase of the legislative process about how to improve the outcome. So thank you very much for your patience listening to my draft conclusions at this stage. Thank you again for inviting me, Marinella, Vicente, and back to you.
Thank you very much, George, for your words and your notes. Dear friends, dear survivors of this marathon of energy law, as Marinella was describing at the end of this morning session, we come to the end of this exciting and excellent Congress. And I would like, as George, to briefly share with you some final notes. Firstly, regarding the maturity of our organization, EFELA. This Congress, in my view, highlights the important role reserved to EFELA as a necessary organization to cooperate with the member states and within the member states and with the European institutions and before the European institutions in the analysis, interpretation, and improvement of the quality of regulation in the field of energy law. In fact, this was the essence on the basis of the foundation of EFELA 4 years ago. So I think we are coherent and we are loyal to our foundational spirit. During her speech this morning, the European Commissioner, as it was pointed out by George, kindly underlined the important role of EFELA, National Association, and our federation in this mission of a special and qualified stakeholder in the field of energy law. Secondly, the Commissioner emphasized the extraordinary moment of change that I fully agree with her, and I'm fully convinced of this statement, that the energy law, not only the energy, but the energy law is going through, which has been highlighted in all the interventions and contributions during today's journey. We have talked about energy union, the Green Deal, necessarily, according to the title of our conference, the Clean Deal, the recovery plan, and all the legal instruments around. In addition, the European Commissioner went through each and every one of the key elements of the European energy initiatives, which are truly impressive in content and scope. She expressed the importance of transport and buildings for the decarbonization of the economy and new measures in the field of natural gas and green hydrogen. She also reminded us the energy efficiency first principle that we forgotten sometimes, and the role of citizens in this energy model. In fact, the Commissioner said, I quote, "The Green Deal will not be possible without the citizens." In a clear reference also, in my view, to the decentralization, not only to the decarbonization, but the decentralization of the energy supply new model. As George recalled, the Greek minister, to whom we are particularly grateful for his presence, said the new energy model is making it possible to redefine the energy mix of his country. And he illustrated the far-reaching changes that are taking place in the Greek energy sector in terms of natural gas, the permanent rise of renewables, the storage, energy mobility, the creation of energy hub for electricity, gas, and hydrogen, and described the situation of change as outstanding moment. Regarding the general report session, I would like to thank once again José Luis da Cruz Vilasa for his masterful work in the presentation of the session and the way that he was driving the dialogue, the Q&A with the European Commission. The next two sessions dealt with European industrial policy, such as green industrial policy, a new adjective, and a kind of adjective part with pure substance, and gas regulation on the new model. The first chaired by Rafael Heffron, always also doing a masterful work, was attended by 4 leading legal experts in the sector, Inigo, Matthias, Catherine, and Guillaume, addressing such significant issues as the obligation and incentives in the regulation of renewable energies. In fact, it was obligation, incentives, and opportunities, in my view, in the regulation of renewable energies, the regulation in the establishment on carbon border adjustment mechanism and its developments, and in other words, how to determine carbon pricing, so important for Europe's leadership in the area, as Matthias was pointed out. We also analyzed Europe's level of ambition in the regulation of energy efficiency, or in other words, the 2018 revised directive and its context of energy audits, retrofit of public buildings, measures for demand response, etc. The principle not only of energy efficiency first, but circularity were also present in the discussion. And I think that's very interesting, because I'm pretty sure that we have to include these two principles on that way in our collection of principles of energy law that we elaborate very commonly in the EFELA task forces and permanent work. We also address a classic topic of great importance in the energy law space, such as the state aid problems. In this case, under the new Green Deal regulation, analyzing the procedural aspects and the compatibility assessment in the light of the most recent jurisprudence and casuistic. We then turn our attention to the analysis of the decarbonization of gases, hydrogen, biogas, and others, trying to outline the new regulatory model for the sector in these fields, where Per Rajal made an excellent presentation. After a short break, we continue our conference with a very interesting roundtable in which representatives of 7 EFELA National Association and very distinguished experts, Julia, Konstantinos, Branislava, Yvonne, Julien, Ilaria, and Maria, address different crucial aspects of the new European regulation, explaining the national energy market scenarios and problems and the level of transposition and future implementation of the clean energy package, legislative instruments, and their complexities. As Lee was mentioning, we have a lot of materials for new seminars and conferences. I am fully convinced that we are approaching a new and fascinating moment for the energy sector, and as a consequence of that, for the energy law, understanding that energy law sphere as a global energy law, as we also underline in another recent occasions. A momentum where energy and climate are inequivocal parts of the same mission, decarbonize the economy. A momentum where the energy sector are moving closer and more interconnected than ever with another industrial sectors, building, mobility, digitization, circular economy. A momentum where we have the task to offer advice to the new European Union package before member states and European Union institutions for a more coherent, comprehensive way to have a better interpretation of its regulation. A momentum to redefine the European Energy Union with the new components of the clean package, the green initiative, the financial instruments under the recovery plan in the proximity of the conference of the future of Europe. I conclude. I wish to express my most sincere congratulations to the chairman, José Luis, Rafael, Lee, of the different sessions, to the European Commissioner, to the Greek Minister, and all the speakers who have participated with their expertise, not forgetting the associations that have contributed to this Congress. In particular, the French, the Italian associations very active in the preparation of the Congress, and of course, Marinella De Focatis, our Secretary General, that was doing a tireless job during the last, 3-4 months on the preparation of this Congress. Thank you so much indeed. All of them, along with the people who have registered and attend our Congress, under this list, I've seen and recognized many excellent experts in energy law, have made this conference a great success in all aspects. In the next few days, we will convene an EFELA Executive Committee where we will analyze and work on all the conclusions emanating from this Congress. And I do hope that we will have a book with all the contributions that have been provided to this fantastic Congress. So congratulations to all of you, and thank you very much. Looking forward to see you all again, I do hope in presence very soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Congratulations to all. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you to you all.
Thank you
See you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.